Good morning, and welcome to the Second International Conference on Combating Anti-Semitism, initiated by the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism. In just a moment, we will have the honor of welcoming His Excellency President Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel, and His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. We kindly ask that you place your mobile phones on silent mode and rise to his honor once he enters the hall. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to announce the arrival of the President of the State of Israel, His Excellency President Isaac Herzog, and His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania. Please rise. Together with my colleague Lital Shemesh, who will be joining us shortly. The conference takes place today on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, marking 81 years since the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau extermination camp in 1945. 81 years after the Holocaust, and more than 2 years after the atrocities of October 7th and the anti-Semitic surge that followed. We understand that never again is not a promise. It is a global commitment to eradicate anti-Semitism. Today, we will explore the core issues and challenges in the international combat against anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial, so that we may all live up to the commitment history has placed upon our shoulders. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished participants, including heads of state, ministers, members of parliament, intellectuals, academics, and media professionals who chose to come to Israel and participate in the conference events held yesterday and today. Joining us today are His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Scott Morrison, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Sebastian Kurz, the former Chancellor of Austria, ministers and members of parliament from around the world, as well as leading intellectuals, thinkers, stakeholders, and opinion shapers. Before we begin, I would like to thank Mr. Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism, yes, and the entire team at his ministry for initiating this conference, and within just 2 years, transforming it into one of the most significant global events in the fight against anti-Semitism. I would also like to thank the Directorate for National Events and Ceremonies at the Prime Minister's office. Your Excellency, we are honored that you joined us this morning, and I kindly invite you to address the audience.
Good morning, Boker Tov. Dear friends, welcome. Thank you, Minister Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Antisemitism, for gathering this very distinguished gathering of people from all over the world and from Israel. I want to say a word about my friend Amichai Shikli. He's a very thoughtful, innovative minister and leader, and I thank you for your initiative here. My dear friend, Your Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, and Mrs. Linda Rama, you should know, dear friends, that I had the enormous pleasure of bestowing upon Prime Minister Rama the Israeli Presidential Medal of Honor last year because of his incredible, steadfast support of the people of Israel and the Jewish people for decades already. And I'm very proud and honored that you're here with us, my dear brother. Mr. János Boka, Minister of European Affairs of Hungary, Mr. Mariano Cuneo Libarona, Minister of Justice of Argentina, the Honorable Scott Morrison and Mrs. Morrison. Mr. Morrison is the former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Sebastian Kurz, former Federal Chancellor of the Republic of Austria, and Rabbi Yoram Ullman, founder of the Chabad at Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, whom I'm going to visit in a few weeks' time in Australia. We're so moved to have you here with us, and we pay our heartfelt condolences to you, your friends, and your family. And I want to welcome distinguished members of parliament and elected officials, honored rabbis, heads of organizations, senior community leaders, and all of you distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday, and I know your heart has lost a beat just like us, after 834 days of anguished anticipation, Staff Sergeant Ran Gvili returned to Israel. Rani, as we all call him, and his family calls him, who did not hesitate for a moment on October 7th, running directly into the line of fire to protect his country, his fellow citizens, and fellow human beings, has come home at last. His return signals a significant turning point. For the first time since 2014, not a single Israeli citizen, living or dead, is being held as a human bargaining chip in Gaza. As we, as a society, can start healing again with heavy hearts but in good conscience, I send our embrace to Rani's family, especially his parents, Talik and Itzik, who fought heroically with remarkable courage for their son. I want to thank everyone who was involved in bringing Rani home, the Israel Defense Forces and the security organizations, the Israeli government headed by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, all the countries involved in brokering the different hostage agreements, especially our greatest ally and friend, the United States of America. Particularly, I want to acknowledge and thank President Donald J. Trump and his advisors, Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. May Rani's memory be a blessing upon us all. Yehi zichro baruch. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, 81 years ago today, the gates of Auschwitz opened and the world gazed into the darkness of pure evil. Here and now we gather in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, eternal symbol of the Jewish people, eternal symbol of truth and peace, the capital of the independent state of Israel, the nation state of the Jewish people, the only one on the earth, to act upon that what we call sacred duty of all people of goodwill, to remember and to bear witness, to open our hearts to the grief of the past. In fact, From here, I'm rushing to meet hundreds of Holocaust survivors in Ramle, and that is why I apologize in advance that I won't stay with you. We are here to add our voice to the eternal vow of never again. The Holocaust, the Shoah, was the single greatest catastrophe in the history of humanity and in the history of our people. And yet, it was upon those ashes of unthinkable destruction that a deep cry emerged, an outcry for repair, healing, and justice, an outcry for fraternity, cooperation, and building. It was an outcry that emerged not only from the depth of humankind, but from the grieving, tortured bellies of individual men and women, women and men, who dedicated their lives to reversing the torment that had been inflicted upon them and their generation by crafting a world where they could never again come to pass. One of those men was Sir Hirsch Lauterpacht, a proud Jew born in the Lvov region of Poland, whose entire family perished in the Shoah, and who became a giant in the field of international law. And he was my mother's uncle, so he was my great uncle. Professor Lauterpacht was part of the team that prosecuted the Nuremberg trials, and it was he who came forward as one of the founders of the International Court of Justice, later serving on its bench. The man who saw with his very own eyes in the Nuremberg courtroom the cruelest of human beings, the Nazis who annihilated his family and 1/3 of our people and sought to erase all of them. This man was also the one to formulate the legal definition of crimes against humanity. My great uncle did all of this out of deep faith and hope that the international community would forever be committed to preventing these heinous crimes from ever happening again to the Jewish people or any other people, and committed to delivering justice for the sake of all humanity. It is him I call to mind as I stand here today. It is his shock and horror I imagine now as we gather not only to remember the past but also to look honestly at the present. I cannot help but ask myself, what would he say as we gather to name the painful truth, the blind and destructive hatred he dedicated his life to combating, unfortunately, lives on. Moreover, the pain is greater because the very legal institutions that he helped to create have become overtaken by politics, cynical politics, and have turned against the nation of Israel in its most challenging time. Ladies and gentlemen, gathering to remember and to bear witness is not a passive act. It does not relieve us of our duties, nor clear us our responsibilities. To the contrary, it points us squarely to beholding them with honesty. It demands of us all, as a humankind that has been seared with the knowledge of the perils of hatred, to cast our gaze honestly at our present. The fact is, my friends, that a mere 81 years following the sacred vow of never again, we are witnessing the unraveling of the very moral architecture that the best of our human conscience has labored so deeply to put into place. When hatred once again has become a legitimate form of political activism, when Jews feel compelled to hide their identities on the streets of London and Paris, when Jewish children must be escorted by armed guards to school in the morning, and Jewish worshippers must be protected on Saturday mornings from Toronto to Boston to Buenos Aires. When we watch the blood of Jewish worshippers being spilled in Manchester on Yom Kippur, and when we mourn the innocent massacred at Hanukkah celebration in Sydney, when Jewish students at universities across the United States and Europe are isolated, alienated, and harassed for being Jewish, for being Zionists, for being who they are, it is clear we are failing to meet our vow. We are failing to meet our duties to humanity, and the responsibility is for humanity and for us at large. Today, we face an axis of hate that spreads from the incitement of the Ayatollahs in Tehran, Hamas in Gaza, and blood libels in the halls of the international institutions, to television screens across the globe, and mobs on the streets of Western capitals and campuses, and of course, on social networks. The same old plague has been let loose on our societies once again. The rationale may be different, but it is the same ancient poison. It has taken many forms, but it has always carried the same name: anti-Semitism. Let us call it what it is. Let us state clearly: to deny the Jewish people, and only the Jewish people, the right to self-determination in their national homeland is anti-Semitism, even if you are the mayor of the city with the most Jews outside of Israel. And how we respond to it truly matters. First, definition. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism offers the tool of convention, a critical convergence on an accepted meaning for anti-Semitism, and it must be universally adopted. Second, enforcement and justice. Fighting the axis of hatred means fighting it head-on, online, on campuses, in the streets of our cities, everywhere. Third, education. Deep, honest education about Jewish history and tradition, the Holocaust, Zionism, and Israel. Fourth, responsibility, especially from technology companies, AI included. Freedom of speech must be always protected, but that does not include the freedom to incite violence, lie about the Jews, their religion, their traditions, and their nation state. Fifth, diplomatic courage and stamina in calling out all states, governments, and political leaders who promote anti-Semitism in all its political forms. That is why I commend the leaders who are here, headed by the Prime Minister of Albania. So let us state clearly here and now, if you claim to oppose anti-Semitism whilst canceling the most effective and instructive definition of anti-Semitism, your words become hollow and meaningless. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was my own late father, Chaim Herzog, Israel's sixth president, who, upon entering the gates of Bergen-Belsen as a British officer, cried out to his broken sisters and brothers, reassuring them of something they feared was not longer true. He told them in Yiddish, "In Zenen noch Yidden," there are still Jews left, because they thought all Jews have been annihilated. And there are still many Jews left, thank God. And we are all here. And Am Yisrael chai v'kayam. Not by the grace of others, but by the merit of our labors, our resilience, our courage, our determination, our faith in God, and our deep faith in life. The same faith that leaves us open to the possibility that this region too can become an anchor of fraternity, prosperity, and peace for all of our neighbors and us. the same faith that believes in humanity, in justice, and in a repaired world, and in the fact that Jews, Muslims, Christians, and all members of other religions can dwell together in peace and harmony. Bless you all. Thank you. And may we all go together from strength to strength. Toda rabah to all of you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President of the State of Israel. Distinguished guests, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the State of Israel, for his participation. Due to further commitments, the President must leave us now. Would the audience please once again stand in honor as the President exits? Please be seated. And now I am pleased to invite the Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Antisemitism, Mr. Amichai Shikli, to deliver opening remarks at the conference.
The Prime Minister of Albania, Mr. Edi Rama, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, former Chancellor of Austria, Sebastian Kurz, my dear friend, János Boka, who came sick to be with us, is the Minister of European Affairs in Hungary, ministers, members of parliaments, ambassadors, leaders of Jewish communities, mayors, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning, and welcome to the International Conference for Combating Antisemitism. Today, January 27th, we gather together here in Jerusalem on the International Holocaust Remembrance Day. On this day, the day of liberation of Auschwitz, we remember the past so that we guard our future. The summer of 1944, the final summer of Auschwitz, was the deadliest and most horrific in its short history. Between May 15 and July 7th, 1944, 437,000 Hungarian Jews were deported to Auschwitz. 3 to 4 trains arrived each day, each of them with 45 cars, each car packed with about 80 human beings, all families, children, parents, and elders. Upon arrival, most children, women, and adults were sent directly to the 4 gas chambers, each holding between 1,500 to 2,000 people. Death was not instant. Terrifying minutes of waiting, doors sealed, gas filling the room, long minutes of unbearable suffering as fingernails clawed at the walls until the victim perished. On average, in that cursed summer, 500 Jews were murdered every hour. In his book, Night, Elie Wiesel described a scene that defies comprehension. Not far from us, he wrote, flames rose from a pit. They were burning something there. A truck approached, unloaded its cargo. Small children. Yes, I saw this with my own eyes. Children burned in the flames. As the Red Army approached, the Nazis quickly evacuated Auschwitz. About 60,000 prisoners were forced on a brutal marches westward in winter cold, without food or shelter. Thousands died along the roadside. No graves, no names. When the Soviet forces reached Auschwitz on January 27, 1945, they found only 7,000 survivors, starved, ill, barely alive. There was no celebration of victory, only profound sorrow and pain. Before the war, the Jewish people numbered approximately 17 million. By its end, just over 11 million remained. In 6 years, we have lost 1/3 of our sons and daughters. Today, we number roughly 15.5 million people. 81 years have passed, and the Jewish people have still not fully recovered from the horrific campaign of annihilation carried out by Nazi Germany. 81 years have passed, and yet an axe is still raised against us, seeking to destroy the small Jewish state and to harm Jews at every point on the globe. From the kibbutzim and communities in southern Israel, still scarred by the barbaric Hamas atrocities of October 7th, to Manchester and Sydney. This is the X of Islamist fanaticism, deeply influenced by Nazi ideology, and in some ways a continuation of it. It was not a coincidence that our brave IDF soldiers found numerous copies of Mein Kampf in Gaza and Lebanon. It is no coincidence that members of Hamas and Hezbollah give a Nazi salute in their marches. It is no coincidence that swastikas have been repeatedly displayed at Hamas rallies. Even before the Second World War, Hitler and the Nazi movement were idolized in Egypt, in Syria, in Iraq, and in Mandatory Palestine. Political Islam, which gained momentum following the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, enthusiastically adopted Nazi racial anti-Semitism and closed it in Islamist religious anti-Semitism. Hassan al-Banna and the Grand Mufti Amin al-Husseini founded what can be termed Islamo-Nazism, an ideological synthesis that became later on the central pillar in ideology of Hamas, in Ashar's gang in Syria, Muslim Brotherhood movements in Qatar, Turkey, Europe, and the US. The connection between the Jerusalem Mufti and the German Führer is well known, but its depths is less widely understood. Hitler financed the Mufti prestigious office in Germany, das Arabische Büro der Großmufti, which was in charge of Nazi propaganda in Arabic throughout the Muslim world, broadcast the radio from Berlin to the entire Muslim world. In November 1943, Hajj Amin al-Husseini declared, "It is the duty of the Muhammadans," he means the Muslim in general, in all Arab countries, to drive all Jews out of all Arab countries. Germany, too, is fighting against the common enemy that has oppressed Arabs and Muhammadans in their various countries, he continued. It has clearly recognized who the Jews are and has decided to find a final solution to the Jewish danger that will eliminate once and for all the source of the evil that the Jews represent in the world. That was the Mufti's words. He organized Muslim SS units who assisted in the extermination of the Jews of the Balkan and exerted every effort to prevent any initiative to rescue Jews. In Berlin radio broadcasts in Arabic on March 1944, he proclaimed, "Kill the Jews wherever you find them. It pleases God." The same spirit is embraced in the Hamas character that opens with the remark saying Israel will arise and continues to exist until Islam eradicated. This conference seeks to banish political correctness, to call a child by its true name, and to mobilize all essential forces in the ideological and physical fight against the modern hires of the Nazis, who are now committing horrific massacre against Kurdish minority in Rojava, Syria, against innocent civilians in Iran, and against Jews and Christians across the globe. This is not merely the fight of the Jewish people, it is the fight of the free world against the imperialism and tyranny of fanatic Islamism, against mass slaughter and rape, against horrifying barbarism, and its attempt to buy off influence and decision makers worldwide. We will not be silenced in the face of these atrocities, and we will not allow Islamo-Nazism to achieve its goal. Never again must be more than words, and let it be our action, and let it be now. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Shikli. Besa is the Albanian Code of Honor, a social and moral commitment whose implementation by the Albanian people and their leaders led to the rescue of Albanian Jews and Jewish refugees during the Holocaust. While some European countries collaborated with the Nazis in the extermination of the Jewish people in Albania, the Jewish population increased tenfold during those years, from approximately 150 people before the war to nearly 1,800 afterward. The unique relationship between the Albanian and Jewish peoples has continued ever since and has grown even stronger since the establishment of diplomatic relations. Prime Minister Edi Rama is a true friend of Israel and a courageous champion in the fight against anti-Semitism. He is a leader who does not hesitate to speak out boldly in support of Israel and to condemn those who seek to deny its legitimacy. It is my great honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of Albania, to address the conference.
Thank you so much, and let me tell you how honored I am to be here and how grateful I am to the organizers, to whom I want simply to address a very kind criticism about the accuracy of the number, because we have brought a few years ago in Yad Vashem the full, as far as now, while we continue to research on that, but the full list of Jews that were rescued and saved by Albanian ordinary people and families, and it amounts to 3,700 and some dozens of them. It is a great honor to stand before you, leaders and representatives of the international Jewish community, many of whom are long-standing friends of my country too. We are small nations in size and in numbers, but immense in spirit. By the way, let me say this. A few time ago, I learned that suddenly Israel became, within its borders, a population of 10 million. And I want to begin by saying that I simply and deeply felt joyful, because I believe that every new Jewish life, every newborn Jew is a blessing, not only for Israel, but for the world. A world whose moral debt toward the Jewish people can never be erased, never settled, and never turned into a clean sheet. The Talmud teaches that whoever saves a single life, it is as if they have saved the entire world. That sentence alone explains why anti-Semitism is not merely hatred against Jews, but an assault on the moral architecture of humanity itself. I once heard my late, deeply respected friend Shimon Peres say, "The spirit cannot be burned in the ovens." And he was right. Spirit endures. It survives hatred, persecution, and even attempts at annihilation. The Jewish spirit has been tested more than any other, and yet it prevails, always prevails. There is a profound history that binds our peoples together. The most widely known chapter is, of course, the Holocaust, when Albania became the only country in Europe not to hand over a single Jew, and the only one where, as it was said, Jewish population grew during the war. While Jews were fleeing other countries to escape death, many came to Albania to save their lives. Under the promise of Besa, our sacred word of honor, a promise that is protected by life itself. But our shared legacy does not begin or end with the Holocaust. For centuries, the size of our land never limited the reach of our solidarity towards the Jews. Albania was good to Jews long before goodness carried any political value. And let me tell you that Vlora, our biggest medieval city, had a Jewish majority population. While Jews were fleeing the West because of the tides of persecutions, they found always a safe refuge in Albania. And it was not a strategy, it was instinct. It was a moral reflex. The Hebrew Bible tells us justice shall you pursue, not comfort, not convenience. Justice repeated twice because it is never simple and it is never finished. That instinct explains why Albania was the first country in Europe in 1932, when anti-Semitism was already rising, to legally recognize the right of the Jewish community to observe Shabbat as a human right, and to impose to employers, both in public and private sector, to respect such a human right if they didn't want to be fined. And during the Holocaust, when Nazi officials demanded lists of Jews and of their gold, Albania answered through his authorities and then sealed through the 4 religious leaders to whom the Nazis referred as moral leaders and asked help for these 2 issues, was simple and final. You can take their gold, you cannot take our Jews. The gold was theirs to take, the Jews were ours to protect. And this is not a legend, this is record. It is a compass. Today, anti-Semitism is once again resurfacing, openly and shamelessly, often disguised as political critique, cultural anxiety, or even worse, moral superiority. History taught us one thing, that unfortunately, even in the spaces of high thinking in Europe, is often forgotten. The hate that begins with Jews never ends with Jews. Albania stands firmly against anti-Semitism without ambiguity and without exception, just as we stand against Islamophobia, racism, and every ideology that reduces human beings to targets. Hatred does not begin with violence, as anti-Semitism does not begin with violence. It begins with language. It begins with indifference. It begins with excuses. It begins with normalization of what should never be accepted as normal. Albania advocates peace through dialogue in our region, the Western Balkans, in Europe and beyond. We live in a place that was labeled for many, many times as the keg powder of Europe. But we believe in peace and we work for peace. Nevertheless, there is something very clear to us. Peace does not and cannot mean neutrality toward terror. Terrorism is not a perspective. It is not a grievance and either a freedom-fighting activity. It is not a negotiating partner. It is just a crime against humanity. So the massacre of October the 7th was not resistance. It was mass murder. And while the suffering of innocent Palestinians in Gaza is real, is truly heartbreaking, it is a madness to blur moral lines or to legitimize terror in the name of proportionality. The book of Psalms reminds us, seek peace and pursue it. Yes, we should seek peace and pursue it. But in the meantime, we should not lose sight on the very obvious fact that terror in Gaza works as a knife with a double edge. One edge is on the throat of the Jewish people. The other edge is on the throat of the Palestinian people. And that's why it cannot be peace without the Palestinian leadership committed to the life of the Palestinians, not to the death of the Israelis. In this common struggle against anti-Semitism, radicalism, and terror, Albania stands firmly with all those who refuse to forget the lessons of history and refuse to let silently repeat its darkest chapters. Our grandparents taught us that being Muslim and sheltering Jews is an honor, that being Christian and doing so is a duty, that being human meant protecting other humans, whatever the cost, whatever their religion, and whatever their language. The Mishnah teaches, in a place where there are no men, strive to be a man. That same spirit guided Albania when we offered refuge to Iranian dissidents targeted by Tehran assassins. It guided us again when we welcomed Afghan families abandoned by the coalition after the fall of Kabul. And it guides us today. Albania has emerged from dictatorship and isolation to find its voice on the international stage, but our ambition is not power. It is permanence. We seek peace through dialogue, security through cooperation, and dignity through example. And if we remember, as Jewish tradition reminds us, that the world stands on three things: justice, truth, and peace, then we may yet understand that under the heaven's eye, we are all on the same side. Let me finish by saying a truth that should be repeated as much as possible. Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem. It is a civilizational test, a test of our humanity. And history has already taught us enough what happens when that test is failed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Rama, for setting aside your busy schedule to visit Israel and take part in this conference. It's a true testament to the strong friendship and shared destiny between our peoples. Hanukkah reminds us that the smallest light can overcome great darkness. This year, we were painfully reminded of the devastating power of allowing incitement and hatred to grow. Rabbi Yeroham Ullman, director of Chabad of Bondi, senior member of the Sydney Bet Din, proved once more that darkness can be overcome by light and faith alone. I'm honored to invite Rabbi Yeroham Ullman to address the audience.
Our host, Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora and Fight Against Antisemitism. Our dear friend and steadfast ally, the former Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison, and Mrs. Morrison. Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama, and Mrs. Rama, distinguished rabbis, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you today not only as a rabbi and not only as a community leader from Sydney. I stand here as a man who has buried loved ones, as someone whose family and community were struck by terror, and in a place that had always symbolized safety, sunlight, and calm. For us, anti-Semitism is not a theory. It is not a policy debate. It is not a headline. It is an empty seat at the Shabbat table. It is a voice that will never be heard again. The attack in Bondi took my beloved son-in-law. It took members of our community, good people, who contributed so much to the community, parents of young children, spouses, a 10-year-old child, Jews who lived with dignity and love for humanity. So when we speak today about anti-Semitism, we have to understand that for us, it is not academic. It is painfully, unavoidably real. Yesterday, His Excellency the Prime Minister and Minister Shikli spoke so eloquently about fighting anti-Semitism by exposing lies, by lobbying for zero tolerance for anti-Semitism in Western countries. Allow me to look at a response to anti-Semitism from a different angle, a different perspective. In the hours after the attack, Sydney was wrapped in shock and grief. And within that fog, a question surfaced. And it's the same question that has followed the Jewish people for thousands of years. What now? The instinct, when hunted, is to hide, lower your profile, blend in, be less visible. Well-meaning voices told us, be careful, don't provoke, stay quiet for a while. But we made a conscious decision. For every Jewish life taken, we would add Jewish life. If they targeted us because we are Jews, then the answer was not less Judaism, the answer is more. More light, more mitzvahs, more presence, more pride. And that decision changed everything. We realized something essential. If Jewish identity is built only on shared trauma, then we hand our children a burden and not a gift. If being Jewish means remembering who hated us, from Pharaoh to Hamas, we must always remember the Holocaust as we do today. We must always remember our history. But that is the only message we give our children. Then Judaism becomes a survival club defined by pain. And no child wants to inherit an identity whose main feature is persecution. Anti-Semitism must never be what defines us. A positive Jewish identity does. The beauty of Torah, the warmth of community, the meaning of mitzvahs, the privilege of carrying a mission larger than ourselves. And when a child grows up experiencing Judaism as life-giving and joyful, then hatred loses its power and pride becomes our armor. This truth was taught with absolute clarity by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. The Rebbe taught that anti-Semitism is not provoked by Jewish strength, but by Jewish weakness. And we're not talking about physical weakness, but spiritual uncertainty. When Jews apologize for who they are, the world censors it. When Jews hide, the world chases. But when Jews stand with what we call Geon Yaakov, with confident, unapologetic Jewish dignity, something remarkable happens. Respect replaces contempt. In Sydney, those Jews who would wear kippah did not remove the kippot. and more people put them on. We did not retreat from public space. On the final night of Hanukkah, we returned to the beach with a crowd 20, 30 times larger than ever before. And the wider Australian public did not pity us, they respected us. Because dignity attracts respect and fear attracts disdain. Friends, allow me to say something difficult, but said with love, responsibility, and deep loyalty. Anti-Semitism cannot be defeated with diplomacy alone. Public relations alone will never win this battle. For years, we have tried to justify Jewish existence by proving we are just like everyone else, a democracy like them, a tech hub even better than them, a nation that needs land for security reasons. But if we are only like them, then the question will always return. Why here? Why this land? The Jewish claim for the land of Israel is not merely historical or political, it is biblical. The land is ours because the Creator of the world entrusted it to the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. When Jewish life disconnects from the Torah, it weakens the very title deed that makes our claim unshakable. When we are embarrassed by our heritage, the world becomes comfortable questioning our legitimacy. But when Israel lives openly as a Jewish state, rooted in eternal values, something shifts. Authenticity commands respect. To the distinguished non-Jewish leaders and diplomats here today, we ask how hatred grows so rapidly, how radicalization turns grievance into terror. The answer begins with education. Not only education of the mind, but education of the soul. A society that teaches children that there is no higher authority eventually loses its moral anchor. If a child believes there is no accountability beyond himself, then there's a much greater chance that violence becomes rational. Human civilization rests on a simple truth that life is sacred, that justice matters, and that we answer to something higher than power. The Torah gave humanity the 7 universal moral laws, principles of justice, dignity, and responsibility. I urge world leaders to consider something profoundly simple. Introduce a moment of silence in schools, only 1 minute at the start of each day, a moment for reflection, for purpose, for the awareness that our actions matter. And when a child who grows up knowing there is an eye that sees and an ear that hears, he usually will not grow into a terrorist. They will grow into a moral human being. This is not only how we fight anti-Semitism, this is how we save civilization from itself. Friends, I carry grief that does not fade. But grief must never become our identity. Let the legacy of those who lost be strength, not fear. Let us leave here with clarity. To my Jewish brothers and sisters, be Jewish, be proud, be visible. To the state of Israel, be the Holy Land, not only a refuge, but a holy land. To nations of the world, raise children who know they are accountable to something higher than themselves. When we live our truth without apology, darkness retreats and light wins. Mashiach is so close. It is up to us to make the world ready. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Ullman. Upon assuming office in 2018, the Honourable Scott Morrison, AC, Australia's 30th Prime Minister, made it clear, both in words and in action, that he viewed Israel as a strategic partner and that Australia was committed to the security and well-being of the Jewish community in Australia. Following the assumption of office by Anthony Albanese, Australia, once a true friend of Israel, turned its back. The Jewish community was left alone in the face of rising anti-Semitism, and the devastating consequences were made clear this past December. The former Prime Minister once again chose the courageous and principled path, standing with the Jewish community and taking a clear, uncompromising stance, condemning the Australian government for allowing this to happen. I am honored to invite Mr. Scott Morrison to deliver his remarks.
I won't have to put them as high as our Albanian friend. It is a solemn honour and privilege to be here with Jenny in Jerusalem on this of all days. And I want to extend my sincere thanks to my friend Minister Chickley, who was a great friend of the Jewish community all around the world, but particularly in Australia. And I want to thank Minister Chickley, as I'm sure Rabbi Ullman would concur, for rushing to be amongst us so soon after the Bondi terrorist attacks. Can I also thank Prime Minister, my friend Benjamin Netanyahu. Can I thank him for his strength? Can I thank him for his leadership and from his unwavering commitment to the future and security of Israel, and for exercising what Israel has, which is its right, its justifiable and righteous right to defend itself. Can I also thank Rabbi Ullman? Can I thank you, Rabbi, for the strength of your faith, for your love, for your wisdom, and for your strength, despite the incredible personal loss that you have personally suffered. You have been able to be the voice, the one true voice, that has been able to draw so many Australians together, and you saw that and heard that on display here today. Thank you, Rabbi Ullman. Friends, following the end of the Second World War, Australia became a place of refuge for Holocaust survivors seeking a new and peaceful life. Those survivors became part of the broader Australian success story of post-war migration that produced what I believe has been the most successful immigration and multicultural nation on earth. Today, 1 in 2 Australians is either born overseas or has at least one parent who was. We have become a global standard bearer for cultural diversity and social cohesion. But the events of December 14, when 2 extreme Islamist terrorists, a father and his son, opened fire on a joyous and innocent gathering of Jews celebrating the first night of Hanukkah on Bondi Beach, Australia forfeited its claim to that story. The place to which Jewish people once fled has become a place many Jewish Australians now fear. This is a desecration. We are a broken-hearted nation, but for our Jewish community, we are a nation that has broken its promise to them. A promise of safety and freedom from persecution and fear. The late Lord Rabbi Jonathan Sacks warned that when anti-Semitism becomes violent, it represents the first and clearest sign of a civilization in crisis, and that the hate that begins with the Jews does not end with the Jews. After the first mass and world's worst mass terrorist attack on the Jewish community anywhere in the world since October 7, Australians must confront not only the security and intelligence failures exposed by these attacks, but the fragility of our own society that was shredded by the anti-Semitism that was unleashed in Australia after October 7, long before these murders were committed. According to the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, in the 2 years following the October 7 terrorist attacks in Israel, anti-Semitic incidents in Australia increased fivefold, from an average of 343 over the previous decade each year to an average of 1,659 on average in 2024 and 2025. There were more incidents in those just 2 years than in the previous 11 years combined. Within 48 hours of October 7, pro-Palestinian protesters gathered at the Sydney Opera House chanting violent anti-Semitic slogans. Regular protests followed in Sydney and in Melbourne over the next 2 years, culminating in an estimated 100,000 people marching across our Sydney Harbour Bridge alongside those calling for globalised intifada, death to Israel Defence Forces, the elimination of the Jewish state from the river to the sea, and even the display of portraits of Iran's supreme leader. As Ayaan Hirsi Ali observed of similar protests in the UK, many participants were compassionate people seeking peace, but they chose to march side by side with those promoting hatred. During this period in Australia, Jewish professionals and artists and journalists were doxxed. Jewish businesses were targeted and forced to close. Homes were vandalised with violent slogans. Synagogues were attacked, including fire bombings where worshippers were inside. Jewish students were ostracised on campus, and academics intimidated into silence or conformity with a rigid or activist orthodoxy on Israel. At the policy level, the Albanese Labor government ended 75 years of bipartisan support for Israel by unilaterally recognising Palestinian statehood, a move praised by Hamas itself. In this environment, is it surprising that radicalised Islamists bent on violence convinced themselves their moment had arrived and that another Australian icon, Bondi Beach, should be the scene for their atrocity? Australia must now write a new chapter and honour those we mourn by confronting hard truths. This story must begin with disarming anti-Semitism and eliminating it, which was the primary weapon responsible for the December 14 attacks. Dr. Jordan Peterson has warned, like Rabbi Sacks, that the Jews are the eternal canary in the coal mine and that their persecution signals the collapse of a society. Anti-Semitism, he argues, is a byproduct of resentment, not reason, where malice replaces self-examination. On the progressive left, it is rooted in neo-Marxist identity frameworks that reclassify Jews from a historic minority to an oppressor class, with Israel used as a proxy for animus that already exists. As Peterson has said repeatedly, anti-Zionism functions psychologically as anti-Semitism with plausible deniability. It is also conveniently aligned with fashionable anti-US, anti-capitalist, globalist narratives, where Israel and the Jews are treated as a shopfront for US-led Western imperialism, as they call it. On the radical right, anti-Semitism takes conspiratorial and ethno-nationalist forms. Peterson condemns this outright as intellectually primitive, myth-based, and historically catastrophic. It is, I believe, a pathetic projection of personal failure and insecurity. In all its forms, anti-Semitism flourishes where responsibility is replaced by grievance politics. Liberal societies depend on individual moral agency And when failure is moralised as systemic injustice, liberal norms collapse. Individual responsibility is excused in the name of grievance, and institutions, universities, cultural bodies, media, even religious organisations that become infected with this culture become the seeding grounds for those who would wish to destroy the very liberal society they are supposed to nourish and protect. All of these anti-Semitic strains and influences exist in Australia and must be addressed by the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and the implementation of the recommendations of the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism. However, given the specific involvement of radicalised extremist Islam in the Bondi terrorist attacks, Australia's response must pay explicit and specific attention to this issue. And I'm not just talking about immigration. The December 14 terrorists were homegrown. Their radicalisation did not take place in a madrasa in Southeast Asia or Afghanistan or an Iranian Halsha, but in the suburbs of southwest Sydney. The father arrived decades ago from India on a student visa, and his son was born in Australia. Extremist Islamist anti-Semitism draws on all the threads identified by Peterson. It is not a religion but an ideology that weaponises faith for political ends. Within it, anti-Semitism is not incidental, it's core doctrine, it's the point. Selective religious references are fused with imported European conspiracy theories, recasting Jews as a hidden enemy responsible for global disorder. Israel is not treated as a state to debate, but as proof of the Jewish conspiracy that must be annihilated from the river to the sea. This pattern is consistent across movements such as Hamas and Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Muslim Brotherhood, Al-Qaeda and Daesh ISIS. Anti-Semitism becomes a tool to simplify grievance, deflect responsibility and justify violence. It is a mechanism of radicalisation, not a side effect. In a Western secular context, Rabbi Sachs argued that the answer to such anti-Semitism was not less religion, but better religion. He quoted Jonathan Swift, who said, "We have just enough religion to make us hate, but not enough to make us love." Sachs warned against the pathological dualism of extremist belief systems, where enemies are dehumanised and victimhood weaponised, paving the way for cruelty committed in the name of God. It would be comforting for us to believe that the perpetrators were simply bad and evil people. But the truth is far more disturbing. Good religion, Sachs argued, looks inward. It recognises that the struggle between good and evil, faith and fear, retribution and forgiveness is first and foremost an individual one, a human one that rages within each of us. Extremism externalises that struggle and too often onto a real battlefield, as we saw on October 7 and December 14. For this reason, Sachs warned against the marginalisation of religion in Western democracies as an antidote and even as a trend. Such dualism is equally present in secular politics, believe me. The answer is not to blame faith, but to enlist faith and religion in our response. Good religion strengthens the art of association that de Tocqueville identified as the foundation of free societies. Properly grounded faith can anchor unity in humility and shared human frailty. Many Islamic states seem to have shown a better understanding of these issues than liberal Western democracies. Over the past decade, Gulf states such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain and Oman, as well as Egypt and Jordan even, have taken deliberate action to confront radical Islamic ideology. They have reasserted state authority over religious teaching, standardised sermons, licensed imams, and shut down informal or foreign-funded networks that acted as vectors for extremism. Political Islam is being curtailed there. The Muslim Brotherhood has been designated or treated as extremist. Funding channels have been disrupted. Charities re-regulated. Overseas ideological influence is sought to be constrained. Education curricula revised to remove anti-Semitism and sectarian involvement. The Emirates have gone further, building a formal counter-extreme architecture, including controls on education, and just last June, it excluded UK universities from scholarship recognition to prevent their students from being radicalised on UK campuses. While such state-centric measures would not always align with the principles of Western liberal democracies, in particular freedom of religion, there are certainly lessons to be learned. No freedom is absolute, and with such freedom always comes responsibility. In Western liberal societies, religious leaders have responsibilities not only to their own congregations, but to the wider society. Religious institutions must maintain sound governance to ensure proper teaching, accountability and discipline. Christian denominations in Australia learned this painfully through the Royal Commission into Institutional Responses to Child Sexual Abuse. Accountability was rightly imposed on these institutions and reforms followed. While strong structures exist for most Christian and Jewish denominations, the governance of Islamic institutions, religious institutions in Australia is inadequate and requires urgent reform. Islamic leaders have a pastoral duty to protect their communities from radicalisation. And I believe most take this responsibility very seriously. However, stronger institutional frameworks would assist them, but it would also expose those who do not share their commitment. And it is time that the Islamic institutions in Australia adopted nationally consistent, self-regulated standards, including a recognised accreditation work for imams, a national register for public-facing roles, clear training and conduct requirements, and disciplinary authority for their governing councils. This requires a peak body that goes beyond representation to being given the authority and tools to enforce membership standards. This does not currently exist in Australia. Religious education should promote coexistence, civic responsibility and respect for Australia's pluralism, explicitly rejecting anti-Semitism, sectarianism and incitement. Teaching should be transparent with English translations available. Religious leaders must also clearly reject political Islam and transnational movements that weaponise faith for power rather than worship, and warn their faithful about such movements. Mosques and Islamic organisations should commit to safeguarding standards supported by independent complaints and review bodies with audit powers that extend to dangerous teaching and unhealthy influences, particularly amongst the young. Stronger governments also requires proper incorporation, capable boards, conflict of interest controls, transparent financial reporting, especially where overseas funding is involved. Specifically, Australia's Foreign Interest Transparency Scheme should be expanded to capture foreign funding, direction, training, doctrinal alignment or governance links with overseas religious authorities, currently limited only to where overt political lobbying occurs. This creates a structural blind spot for foreign-funded religious networks, clerics appointed, trained or paid by overseas bodies, long-term ideological or organisational alignment short of formal lobbying. For the overwhelming majority of Australian Muslims and imams, these reforms should change little. They are not designed to police the mainstream, but to protect it from a potentially very dangerous and deadly fringe. Where similar weaknesses exist in other faiths, including my own, the same reforms and requirements should apply. And where institutional safeguards are absent for any such religious organisations, favourable tax treatment and public funding should not be granted. This is not the state dictating belief, but holding religious leaders accountable for what they preach and permit in their religious communities and requiring them to exercise that responsibility. It is the very least they should do. These reforms, led from within communities rather than imposed by government, would preserve freedom of religion, strengthen credible leadership, protect the vulnerable and rebuild trust. Some will seek to characterise my remarks as hostile to Australia's Islamic community and even multiculturalism itself, trolling out the usual accusations of Islamophobia. To the contrary, I am advocating reforms that I believe will help religious leaders in our Islamic community keep the wolves from their flock. To treat such issues as taboo serves only those who wish to keep these influences opaque and in the dark, where our two homegrown extreme Islamist terrorists were radicalised. After December 14, all options to combat anti-Semitism must be on the table in Australia without fear or favour. This includes Islam, how Islam is practiced and governed in Australia. Thank you for your very kind attention. I'm Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrison, for being a true friend of the State of Israel, for your support of the Jewish community in Australia, and for your decision to join us here today. The next panel discussion will be led by Dr. Gadi Taub, a professor at the Hebrew University and a historian and author of best-selling fiction and nonfiction books in Hebrew.
Thank you, Minister Shikli, heads of state, distinguished guests. We are going to have a panel discussing anti-Semitism on the right. Adolf Hitler believed that his anti-Semitism was different from former kinds of anti-Semitism. He believed his was rational. Nazism as an ideology relied on a very virulent form of social Darwinism. It was not about the survival of the fittest, not even exactly about the survival of the strongest. It was about the survival of the most ruthless. That ideology cannot be reconciled with the religion that preached that all human life is sacred and that we are all created in the image of God. This makes it doubly heartbreaking to see that on the right, some are now preaching neo-Nazism in the name of Christianity. Do they need to learn from Adolf Hitler himself, who said that National Socialism and Christianity cannot long live together? The plan was first the Jews, then to eradicate not the Christians, but Christianity. And there was good reason for it, because the Christian faith continues the morality, the ethics of Judaism, and cannot be reconciled with an ideology for which ruthlessness, murderousness is the central value. It is my honor, before we bring up the panel, to invite, I'll have a short introduction, Johnny, before you come. My longtime friend and a friend of the State of Israel, of course, Reverend Johnny Moore, one of the most outstanding figures in interfaith dialogue. This summer, Reverend Johnny Moore led the United States government Gaza Humanitarian Fund, helping expedite the end of the war. Since October 7, he has been a world-leading figure in advocating for the hostage return and for the hostage family. He's the president of the Congress of Christian Leaders and the vice chancellor and managing director of the Middle East Studies at Pepperdine University. Please welcome Johnny Moore.
It is my responsibility to set up the panel discussion. But first of all, I just want to begin by saying that I'm really looking forward to the third conference on anti-Semitism when we welcome speakers from a free Iran and the Ayatollah's anti-Semitism is left for the history books. You know, in most places, you can survive on cleverness, on calibrated language, on the soft fog of ambiguity. But in Jerusalem, where covenant and memory press in on you, you remember that words are not the point. Action is, courage is, clarity is, and conviction is. Anti-Semitism wants to be treated like an unstoppable force, like gravity, like weather, something you can only forecast and endure. Anti-Semitism, however, is a choice. It's a moral failure. It's a coward's shortcut to meaning. This conference is not simply about naming the problem. It's about fixing it. It's about solving it. It's about building coalitions and institutions that are strong enough to resist it before we lose control of it. Anti-Semitism does not deserve delicate treatment. It deserves exposure. It deserves condemnation. It deserves consequences. And the truth is, we're actually already winning, but it is a fight. Just over 1 month ago, I stood here in Jerusalem with 1,000 pastors who came to visit in solidarity. And together we declared from this city a spiritual war on anti-Semitism, not as a metaphor, not as a slogan, but as a commitment backed by hundreds of millions of evangelicals, 700 million of us around the world. And why did we do it? It's because of who we are. I'm a Christian. There is no Christianity without Israel, without the Jewish people. Jesus was Jewish. Almost all of my Bible was written by Jews. What we call the Old Testament is actually the Hebrew Bible. When we open our Bible, we open a Jewish book. We have no book without the Jewish book. We have no values without Jewish values. You might say that every blessing in our Christian lives is somehow something that we owe to the Jewish people. But you don't have to share my ideology to understand the point. We've heard it here that a civilization that will not defend the Jewish people will die. A society that tolerates anti-Semitism is sabotaging itself. And anti-Semitism today takes on all kinds of different forms. It sometimes has its polished forms. I call it white-collar anti-Semitism. I experienced a lot of it in the United Nations this summer. It is credentialed, it is institutional, it is carefully worded. It hides behind bureaucracy and procedures. It steals language left to international law. It applies standards to Israel that it applies to no other nation on earth, however grotesque and brutal it is, including the Islamic Republic. It excuses things that are inexcusable. And the truth is, the United Nations itself has become the largest anti-Semitic organization in the world. They launder lies, they give anti-Semitism a badge and a briefcase, and hate is their credential. But anti-Semitism on the right is different. It rarely comes wearing its real name. It comes through a side entrance labeled free speech. It acts like it's seeking answers. It presents itself as just asking questions. It flatters people who feel left out and offers them an explanation that feels like power. Your problems are not complicated. Your enemies are just hidden. Your suffering has a mastermind. And there it is, again, the ancient superstition reborn that the Jewish people are not a people but a plot, a reason to frustrate you. It isn't always shouted. It rarely is, in fact. It's smuggled through insinuation, through symbols, through a wink and a raised eyebrow. It hides behind vague enemies like the elites and the system, globalist. But the story keeps circling back to the same topic. And if your worldview requires a Jewish villain to make sense of your frustration, then you are sick. If your politics needs that poison to stay energized, your politics is already rotting from the inside. Our leaders in this world exist precisely to do something about all of this. And if you are failing to do this, then you are failing to be a leader, and you probably ought to do something else with your life. And leaders, they don't fail at once. They fail one excuse at a time. One, I don't like it, but he's useful. One, yes, but at a time. Anti-Semitism actually thrives on weak and timid people. Not people like those here today, but we know who these people are. Anti-Semitism feeds on hesitation and fear. It grows in the pause between when leaders decide that confronting it will be too costly and too complicated and too divisive. But if anti-Semitism is appearing on your side, it is your responsibility to confront it publicly, clearly, and without apology, and in the most purely Christian sense in the world, ruthlessly. We root out anti-Semitism from our community. And this is where we must draw a distinction that our age seems to have lost. A free society welcomes argument for sure, but a serious society draws lines. Not every idea is equal. Not every claim deserves a platform. Not every conspiracy deserves a microphone. And conservatives of all people should understand this. The duty of conservatives is not some conservative vibe. It is to conserve something. It's to conserve truth and order and dignity and moral limits and the sanctity of the human person. It's not a romance with suspicion. It's not the elevation of the loudest voice or to be isolationistic. It is the defense of civilization itself against forces that corrode it. And anti-Semitism is the original corrosive force. And to be frank, to use a common phrase in our community, this is a come to Jesus moment for conservatives. And let me be clear, if you helped create this problem, if you platform charlatans and hate mongers on the auspices of debate in the United States of America, if you treated poison like content, if you let the algorithm decide your moral boundaries, then you don't get to shrug now and say, what do we do about it? You get to do what my grandpa used to tell me, an old country preacher. He never had a church with more than 50 people in it, but he was wise. And he used to say, if you broke it, it's time you fix it. And it gets fixed by refusing to normalize what never should have been normal. It gets fixed by starving the grifters of legitimacy, by choosing principle over clicks, courage over convenience, truth over tribe. It means speaking the truth even in the face of a friend. Because anti-Semitism is always a civilizational emergency. It's not just another viewpoint. It is a betrayal of our values. It is evil. And I can tell you as evangelicals, we will use our size and our scale to educate our way out of this danger zone. And we'll bring most of the conservative community with us. We will build a moral immune system strong enough to resist this virus. The street level version or the white collar version. We will teach our children how to recognize anti-Semitism. We won't allow our community to become a cheap political date. We have expectations. We make demands. We enforce those demands because we do understand that we are powerful. We are 1/3 of all voters in the United States of America, and we aren't tolerating this. It's time for decent people to stand up, because anti-Semitism doesn't expand because of the boldness of the anti-Semites. It expands because of the retreat of good people. And if we do this, we will build a great wall around the Jewish community, a great and impenetrable wall of solidarity around our values that we get from them and that we share. And I believe with all my heart that every generation faces a test, and we recognize this on a day like this. And we are the post-October 7 generation. And we have watched anti-Semitism surge back across borders and ideologies and institutions and screens, and sometimes in our own communities. And history is going to ask, where were the leaders? And who was courageous? And who drew the line and held it? And let the answer be clear here today, that we are not hiding, and we are not rationalizing, and we're not trading principle for convenience. We're not confusing cowardice for prudence. We are standing as watchmen on the wall and as warriors of a generation of truth in the trenches. We aren't confused. We're certainly not going to lose. Anti-Semites are not 10 feet tall and unstoppable. They're not the future. They are weak, small people, and there are far fewer of them than they want us to believe. They are a fever, and we are the cure. There will be no intimidation for our voices and no hesitation in our resolve. We will defeat them. We will preserve our future generations. We will win because it's our time and we aren't the weak ones. We are the bearers of truth. We are the builders of the West, and we're going to keep it. And we are the friends of the Jews. And that's how the right should reply to anti-Semitism.
So we're up for a panel discussion now. I ask the panelists to come up as I call their names. Caristria is an American political commentator and former producer at the Epoch Times and Newsmax. She's a rising leader at the Global Liberty Institute, and she's currently working on a book about right-wing identity politics. Please, Caris, join us on stage. It is my pleasure to call on Seth Dillon. I gather people here know what the Babylon Bee is, and if not, you will soon learn. Seth, please join us. Pastor Dunsani Washington is the founder and CEO of the Institute for Black Solidarity with Israel, an institute dedicated to strengthening the relationship between Israel, the Jewish people, and people of African descent through education and advocacy, and also a professional musician. And James Lindsay is a leading cultural critic and intellectual who, along with Peter Boghossian and Helen Pluckrose, perpetrated some of the most vicious hoaxes on faux academic postmodern journals. We'll hear about that too. I mentioned Hitler. I'll mention their Mein Kampf essay for a feminist journal, which was accepted. Imagine that. His analysis of woke pseudo-academic theories was published in Hebrew, and it was a pleasure to host him here in Tel Aviv not long ago. We shall hear those distinguished guests on the topic of right-wing anti-Semitism. So, a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Dumsani, I'd like to start with you because one of the most worrying things is what is happening with the rift within the Christian community in the United States. And we've all seen Tucker Carlson's vicious attacks on evangelicals and other Christians. How and why did this emerge, in your opinion?
Well, in terms of why it happened with Tucker, he could only answer that. The timing of it, though, is what I can barely speak to. Tucker, for whatever his reasons are, with his anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism and his attacks, particularly on Christian Zionists, he said that he hates people like myself and Johnny Moore. He hates Christian Zionists. Why he's doing it, he'd have to talk to Jesus about that. But what's happening, however, though, is that it is resonating with those, as Reverend Johnny Moore just said, those who are insecure, those who are looking for a reason that something is the problem, and he's tapping into that. And I'll just say this as an opening. We have said in our organization, he is probably the most dangerous anti-Semite in the United States, taking that title away from Louis Farrakhan. He is the white conservative Louis Farrakhan. If you look at their bullet points where Israel and Jews are concerned, they're identical. He's just appealing to the other side of the aisle. So that's part of what's going on with Tucker and why it's gaining traction with some.
James, we've had a previous discussion, and you have an analytical perspective on why. Why has this emerged under the large interfaith umbrella of MAGA? Suddenly, these forces who are undermining American conservatism. Why?
So before I address why specifically, I want to put a frame around what this is. Some of you will know that I have this term that I've made popular, the woke right, and I've given an analysis of this concept of woke for a decade or so. And it's a complicated philosophical topic. I tend to be a little heavy, but I think we can boil this down. What this comes to, what is woke in a practical sense, is this politic of friend and enemy, as it could be called, a friend and enemy distinction of politics, where there is a group of people who are designated as friend because they feel similarly alienated and oppressed, and they develop a grievance and an envy-based view of friends and enemies. Of course, I don't have to tell an audience in Israel at an anti-Semitism conference that sometimes there are enemies. You're all very aware that there are enemies. But there's a difference. When you believe that your enemy is your enemy because you are envious of him, because you have grievances against him, that's a different mindset. And so this politics of friend and enemy appears in the woke on the left, whether it was BLM with Black Lives Matter. If you didn't agree with them, you were a racist. So the enemies were called racists and the friends were called anti-racists. In the People's Republic of China under Mao Zedong, Mao called them very bluntly the people and the enemies of the people. And if you were the enemies of the people, you would have the people mobilized against you, or they too would become the enemies of the people. So you have this logic of hatred and destruction. The Nazis, of course, used this same idea. The fascists use the same idea. You're either with us or against us. That's what fascism means. And of course, in radical Islam, there is a concept in Arabic, the al-bara, which is loyalty and disavowal, that metastasizes through the Muslim Brotherhood and that Bolshevik ideology of Islamism. And this idea is that the friends are the people who are united in their alienation and in their grievance against this politics, against this society that they believe cheats them, oppresses them, robs them of their opportunity. And the enemy has to be destroyed so that the friends might be able to survive. So why has this happened? The reason that this has happened is because we've been operating under this logic, thanks to the left, the woke left, then the Marxist left, for many years. We've operated under this logic, and it's contagious. We've started to adopt it ourselves. The reaction to a friend-enemy distinction, a war between tribes, red and blue, A and B, left and right, is more tribalism. We've adopted it for this reason, and what has happened is President Trump threw a monkey wrench in the entire operation. President Trump came up with MAGA, Make America Great Again, which is spread around the world as a concept that we're going to do things differently than this left-right paradigm, that we're going to step out of having the friend-enemy distinction imposed upon us by the left, and elements around the world that do not want that movement to be able to succeed have said the MAGA movement must be destroyed. And this is why. The MAGA movement, which represents people seeking truth, that represents people seeking freedom, liberty, even God, has to be destroyed, because if it's successful, the friend-enemy politics that they use to leverage from left or from right, one time after another, to get their opportunities will go away. So they've seeded the American right with the most divisive issue that you could possibly have, which is anti-Semitism. As Reverend Moore just said, evangelicals will not go with them, and they know this. So they can split the right into those that will and that those will not. So you have the one team and the other, and they fight no longer working together. And they can undermine President Trump's vision. They can undermine the resurgence of a true freedom-oriented politic, and they can advance their agenda back on the friend-enemy distinction. And I'll just add one last point. This distinction, if we look at loyalty and disavowal as the phrasing, friend-enemy, it doesn't matter. That was the Nazi phrasing from Carl Schmitt. Always ends up including anti-Semitism, not just because it's a useful tool to split coalitions, but because the loyalty of the Jewish people is to their God, to their memory, their community. So they will not be loyal to a regime. So when the regime declares the enemy, the Jew will say no, along with the evangelical beside him, for the same reasons. They will say no. So they become enemy by default and must be destroyed. Destroying them from a position of weakness is impossible, so they must first be dehumanized, demonized, and that's anti-Semitism. So it is the first step in a broader project of imperialism to take over those who will not submit their freedoms.
Seth, I mentioned the article you guys, Lindsay, I mentioned the article that you guys submitted to a feminist journal in which you took a chapter of Mein Kampf and you replaced Jews with men and Germans with women, and it was accepted. So obviously the erosion of standards opens the door. And for years, we've been writing, we thought that anti-Semitism is now more prominent on the left because it's mainstream there. And we thought these were only lone wolves on the right. And we had an explanation why post-colonialism was hostile to Zionism and all the rest of it, and we know the communist roots of that ideology. And suddenly we see it rise on the right, and I'm telling you, for Jews and for Israelis, this is a shock. We thought these people were our allies. We thought that the ideology which sees a world based on nation states is the ideology of the conservative right, and suddenly we see this among people who we believed to be our friends. Seth, you've been making jokes, mockery of wokeism on the left. Is this wokeism on the right? Is this a parallel phenomena or a different breed?
Well, first, let me just say this is my first time in Israel, and I'm grateful to be here. I'm honored to be here. I've had a very warm welcome, although I haven't received the check yet that I was expecting for all those posts. What is it,
Yeah.
7,000 a post? Is that
We
what I'm supposed
Jews
to
are
get?
very scrupulous about this, so
Maybe
don't worry.
I leave tonight, so we'll have to wrap that up soon. So for those who aren't familiar, yeah, I run the Babylon Bee, the world's most trusted, factually accurate news source. We publish funny fake news like The Onion or CNN. You know.
I should have I should have said this in your introduction.
Yeah.
The right has now carried the torch of humor.
Yeah.
Took it from the left. The Onion, which I used to admire, is no longer funny. You guys are on our following lists.
Yeah,
So,
well, we get more traction, more engagement, more traffic than they do now, so we've surpassed them. We're the biggest satire site in the world, which is pretty cool. But to answer your question about whether there's his wokeness on the, it's a mirror image of what was happening on the left, for sure. I think it's the same oppressed-oppressor dynamic. It's rooted in those grievances. It's seeking to scapegoat someone for, your grievances and targets the Jewish people. It does often go under those euphemisms of elites or globalists or whatever, but it's often explicitly the Jews. It is a problem on the right. I've been criticized so heavily. I'm so thankful for people like James, by the way, everyone on this stage, several of the people that are here in the audience tonight who are courageous enough to speak out about this, because when you do get that pushback. You get a lot of people who are telling you, especially in conservative circles where I live and work and play, you're not supposed to challenge anyone to the right of you. You're not supposed to challenge anyone on your side.
No enemies on the right.
No enemies to the right, because we can't defeat the left if we aren't unified and fighting against the left. And I think this is the most insane idea. It's a suicidal idea, honestly, because if you have cancer, for example, right? I did a full body scan recently, like one of these diagnostic scans, and I was very glad they didn't just check the left side of my body for cancer. They checked my whole body. And we have to be willing to do that. The Babylon Bee, of course, makes fun of the left. We made fun of wokeness for many years. But when we see, these evil ideologies arising on the right, not just going unchecked, but there's pressure on you not to challenge them, yes, we have a moral responsibility to mock that too. And so one of the ways that we confront these things is refutation, obviously. It was C.S. Lewis who said that good philosophy must exist if for no other reason than because bad philosophy needs to be answered. I think satire is necessary for the same reason. Satire ridicules bad ideas, and so that's what we do to try to challenge them.
Well, Seth, you are... One could make an argument that you are responsible for the election of Donald Trump. And here's how it goes. It's because of the Babylon Bee that was shut down by Jack Dorsey and banished from Twitter that Elon Musk decided to buy Twitter. How did that come along? And are you happy with the results?
Well, I actually bear some responsibility for the spread of anti-Semitism on Twitter, because now we have more free speech there, so apologies for that. But the answer to that isn't censorship. The answer to that is fighting back in the public discourse, in the public square, confront bad ideas with the truth, with good ideas. The good ideas will prevail. We do need that free discourse and not to just suppress and silence other voices. So I'm in favor of what Elon did. But what happened there was, we got suspended for doing a joke that we weren't supposed to tell. It was considered hateful conduct, and we got locked out of our account. And Elon was really upset about that because he had followed us. And he reached out to us and said, I can't believe you guys are suspended. This humor should be allowed. We should be allowed to make jokes, especially when these are terrible ideas that have to be challenged. We have to be able to speak and confront them. Maybe I just need to buy Twitter and take care of this problem. And so 8 months later, he walks into Twitter carrying a sink saying, let that sink in, and unlock the Babylon Bee. So, he's restored free speech because he saw voices like ours being suppressed. So we're grateful to him.
And one might say, he strategically bought Twitter and helped Donald Trump win the election. So I'm going to offer you guys a more political explanation for the rise of anti-Semitism, assuming that some people use it with no connection to the question if they believe it or not. Because one of the horrifying things is that it became useful. It became a useful tool. So there is a fight. Once we thought that MAGA and America First were one and the same. Now the American Firsters in MAGA have a new interpretation saying, no, Donald Trump is also the stooge of Zionism. He's not the isolationist we thought he would be, And if you want to be an isolationist, what you do is you first target Israel, America's closest ally, and say Israel is dragging you into wars. So, Caris, you're studying the rise of identity politics on the right. Is it a belief or just a tool?
Yeah, the question of what is motivating this, I think, is very complex because all of the possible motivations are at work here. You do have the grifters that are just going along for the clicks and the trends. You do have the true ideological believers. You do have the people that are paid by foreign actors. And it's really difficult to tell who's who. I would like to say, and also, you know, it's really a pleasure to be on the stage with you, Gadi, for the second time, and I also love being the only Jewish woman in a sea of handsome Christian men. And, you know, I think that since we all identify as conservative here, we can all agree, speaking to a room full of Israelis or moderate and conservative Jews, that we are way behind on this fight. I think that Jews especially believe that we can fight this using the language and the tactics that we are using to fight it on the left. But when you are speaking to a group of MAGA or America First conservatives, since apparently that's two different things now, we do not want to be using terms like hate speech or platforming. We do not want to be advocating for censorship, as Seth said, or content moderation. And I mean, Minister Chikli, you know, I love you from the bottom of my heart, but if you are talking to a group of America First conservatives, do not bring up Germany as an example with their banning of Holocaust denial and arresting people for hate speech. If we want to address anti-Semitic tropes and we're talking to populist right-wingers, we need to get people to understand that Israel is having more babies than any other developed country in the world, that Israel still has strong national pride, that masculinity and the warrior mentality is still valued. I mean, do you really think conservatives care that Israel has the biggest gay pride parade in the Middle East? You know, so I think that we really have our work cut out for us. We need to be doing twice as much work now instead of just fighting back against the claims of apartheid and ethnic cleansing and genocide. We also need to read up about what happened in the USS Liberty, and we need to understand really what the Talmud teaches and how it's not actually hateful towards Christians. We need to be able to react to claims that, like you said, Israel is dragging us into wars, or Winston Churchill is the greatest villain in World War II. So we really need to start understanding that this fever, as Johnny Moore so aptly called it, spreads like wildfire, and we can't confront it in the same way that we have been used to doing when we confront it on the left.
Let me just explain what the reference to Churchill was, because this is a guy named Darryl Cooper. I think he calls himself Martyr Made on Twitter, and it's actually very illuminating. Tucker Carlson brought him on to say it's not the first time that the Jews are dragging America into wars. They also, the financiers around Churchill, they also dragged America into a war, which was a war for the Jews, and it's not clear who the villain of that war was and on which side. And this is a useful example because look, attacking the Jews and Israel ends up attacking the defenders of Western civilization. Is that an argument that would be effective in the wild space of totally free speech, say on Rumble or on X? Dumsani, your take on that?
Would it be effective for some? It depends on who the audience is, right? If you're talking about the foundations of Western civilization, if you're talking about founding documents, founding fathers, that type of thing, even the relationship with the founding fathers with the Jewish community, yeah. For those who don't know any of those things, and this is part of the vacuum that is Western culture, particularly America right now, and it shouldn't be funny, there's just not a lot of education. The anti-Semitism is raising in the church because people don't know the Bible, and anti-Westernism is rising because people don't know the foundations of the nation, that type of thing. So, yes, to Karis's point, there has to be a multi-level conversation, right? Because I think you were saying earlier, the type of anti-Semitism that's happening on the right, it's happening in intellectual circles, it's happening on social media, it's happening everywhere. So one of the things that we were saying is that often Tucker Carlson becomes the lightning rod or the iconic figure, and for good reason, right? But the Marjorie Taylor Greens who wanted to outlaw people who are actually lobbying Congress for a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, right? And the Steve Bannons and then Jack Posobiec said long after Tucker had kind of busted that matrix open, you had conversations being had that were not being touched on at all. And part of the reason was because of fear. We said this before as well. This is what paralleled 10 years ago on the left, when it was Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and they were saying all these anti-Israel things. The issue wasn't just them. It was that the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers said nothing.
Yeah.
Fast forward to now, this is exactly what's happening now. Prominent figures on the right say nothing because they're afraid of Tucker. They're afraid of, and let me go ahead and step into this, TPUSA that still platforms Tucker, if I can use that word, and says nothing about the anti-Semitic, anti-Christian stuff that he's saying. This is the same danger.
We're running out of time, but a very brief follow-up question, Dumsani, because, you know, the civil rights movement was originally in an alliance with Jews. And then came the Black Power rights and the beginning of Zionism as colonialism with the rise of Malcolm X. And this ended up with Obama. Obama is a descendant of that view. How are you doing in the black community with your message?
What people often are surprised to know is that the majority, there's no poll that you can point to that the majority of the black community is either anti-Semitic or anti-Israel. There are higher levels of it than maybe some of the other ethnic groups, but it's not a majority, never has been. However, there's been KGB-level disinformation focused at the black community since the 1960s, so you would think it would be much higher than it is. So yes, to your point really quickly, yes, there's been a black-Jewish synergy that goes back to the turn of the century because the NAACP, which is the oldest civil rights organization in the world, was created by black and Jewish Americans, long before you even get to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. So that has always been the case. And oh, by the way, someone like the former mayor of Bloomberg just donates another tens of millions of dollars to HBCU medical schools because of the same mindset. That synergy continues on in the black community. We're celebrating him for that and everything. So it is not gaining traction in the black community. And I'll say this is the last part of it. What's happening on the right is not affecting the black community. It's affecting white conservative Christians, and this is part of what the whole issue is. And what's the message? The same free Palestine message that was infiltrated in our community in the 60s is now white kids saying the same thing.
Astonishing. We're running out of time, so final comments, and you can react to anything that anyone said.
I want to say something about this issue of courage, because this is really where we have a shortage, right? I think there's a lot more moral clarity on this issue than there is courage. People are terrified of someone like, challenging Tucker Carlson, if you're in our world, means that he's going to start trashing you and attacking you personally. And he's got a lot of power and influence all the way up into the administration, the highest levels. And so when you're on the wrong side of someone like that, even if you're standing for something right, there's a consequence to that. It's terrifying to be willing to take that risk. I'm really appreciative of anybody who's willing to challenge these things in the face of that risk. And instead of platforming these voices and promoting them the way that Tucker has, is willing to challenge them. We have Dinesh D'Souza in the room tonight, today. He's confronting these things head on.
He will be speaking here in the afternoon.
There are voices like this who are out there. We need to support them, and their courage is contagious. It will spread to others. And so the more that we speak up, the more others will follow in our steps.
And that is a personal testimony. You have been targeted by some of these people with death threats.
Many, yes.
And others. Yeah, so the problem is not the Tucker Carlsons, it's also the Megyn Kellys.
Can I say something about that?
What?
I think that, especially here in Israel, people think that this is an issue that is kind of relegated to the realm of the groypers, and they really just know the names Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens. But as people have been alluding to here, there are a lot of figures that they themselves are not necessarily anti-Semitic, but they're putting forth ideas in the right that serve as sort of a gateway drug into this conspiratorialism and also what I would call these post-constitutional ideas for America, which mirror the left in that they are neo-revolutionary and reactionary. And so I think we need to start being sensitive to other players in this. We need to really understand the doctrine of post-liberalism and what that means and how it can be used for good, but how it also can very it's a very slippery slope, and it can be used for evil. We need to understand the landscape of this. It's not just the Groypers. We need to understand the paleo-conservatives and the libertarians, and how Russia infiltrated these spaces after the Cold War and turned them very anti-Semitic. We need to understand the Christian ethno-nationalism that is brewing across the states and why that is happening. So there's a lot of elements to this, and
we need a 3-hour-long panel.
Yeah, and I mean, we need a whole day panel for this. Maybe one day there'll be a conference just about this. But it's important that we all have our antennas up to more than just the Tuckers and the Candaces.
Well, if Donald Trump is a great friend of Israel. To be honest, we're waiting to hear from him something clear about Tucker Carlson. It's time he says something. Yeah, James, please.
So just, again, on this word of courage and this idea of that being the bigger lack that Seth points out, and all the things that Karis just brought up, I'll just say that the Israel itself and the Jewish people have something to offer here that's very unique, that's very easy to step into because you live it every day, especially here in the state of Israel after October 7th. It's that courage is proof of faith, and this renewal of faith and this renewal of courage comes very naturally here. So it's a very easy example to set and to talk about and to show why things are worth standing for. Here the threat is imminent, the threat is physical, it is dangerous. In the US, it's insidious. But that courage shows that you care about something bigger than yourself, longer than yourself, timeless, more important than yourself. And that courage, like I said, is a proof of faith. And this is an opportunity that the Jewish people can lead in exactly the same way that they've led for, 3,000 years or something, by being who they are and showing the world what it means to live your faith and exhibit that it shows courage to do so.
Thank you very much. And if I may end with the words of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the Congress and elsewhere in the UN, we have to remain focused on the fact that this war, our war, is your war, he said to the United States and to Europe and to the Judeo-Christian civilization at large, because this is not a clash of civilizations. It is a clash between civilization and barbarism. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, James Lindsay, Pastor Sunny Washington, Karis Ria, and Seth Dillon. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Gadi Taub, and distinguished speakers, Reverend Johnny Moore, President of the Congress of Christian Leaders, Mr. Seth Dillon, CEO of Babylon Bee, Dr. James Lindsay, founder of New Discourse, Ms. Kara Reha, political commentator, fellow Middle East Forum, and Mr. Dominashi Washington, founder and CEO of Institute of Black Solidarity with Israel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lital Shemesh, and I'm honored to be here today. Since assuming office in December 2023, Mr. Mariano Liberone, Minister of Justice of Argentina, has led an uncompromising policy to defend the rule of law, democracy, and moral responsibility. Alongside deep reforms in Argentina's judicial system, he has acted decisively against manifestations of hatred, incitement, and anti-Semitism. In cases of anti-Semitic incidents, the minister initiated legal proceedings that echoed a clear message: anti-Semitism is a crime. The firm stance of Argentina's Minister of Justice reflects a deep commitment to shared values, human dignity, and an uncompromising fight against anti-Semitism in all its forms. Minister, we are honored this clear position and your courageous choice to act. I invite you to the stage to deliver your remarks.
Well, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Israel. For me, it's a pleasure and an honor for my country to stay here with brothers. I am a minister, but I am a lawyer It's very difficult to a lawyer talk 10 minutes, but I try, I make an force. Well, discrimination, anti-Semitism, problems and solutions is my issue. We follow the ideas of the president, Javier Milei, because Milei is an example in the world. Discrimination, anti-Semitism, hatred, murders, aggressions, the denial of the Holocaust or of the Hebrew people are hurtful, lamentable facts, but be aware they represent illicit manifestations present in our days in all the world. They occur and we pay attention. These acts attack the dignity of the persons, life, liberty, property, equality before the law. Something the family, the essential assets of our culture, is very important. Furthermore, they threaten a race, a religion, an ethic, cultural, employee, personal, or age condition, physical or psychological state of characteristics, belief, ideologies, opinions, sexual orientations, gender identity, and sick people or people with different availabilities. It's a serious problem. There is an attempt to destroy them. They are attacked or exploited. Hatred of the Jewish people and anti-Semitism are an aberrant fact that represent an enormous problem that we must face with energy. Unfortunately, our country, which has one of the largest and most wonderful Jewish communities in the world, has suffered aberrant criminal acts in the past. In our environment, we have permanent aggressions, and many of these occur throughout the world. Manchester, Colorado, the recent attack in Australia in Bondi Beach is simple examples. In Argentine Republic, terrorism attacked in 2 occasions, with 2 very serious attacks. The first, the embassy of Israel in 1992. The second, the attack of AMIA and DAIA organizations in our country in 1994, with 85 people cruelly murdered and more than 300 injured. In those cases, criminal organizations or groups should be considered and treated as enemies of the world. It's enemies of the order, it's enemies of the civilized world and free society, and held accountable. It's very, very difficult for our country is unattacked. We must all become aware of this serious problem and prepare courses be and repel the serious attacks with the law and the justice. We cannot be distracted. We must act immediately. How should one act? What is the solutions for this problem? In my judgment, education, justice, and punishment are fundamental recurrents. First, we must educate, train, and inform the entire society, from children onwards, families, governments, educators, schools, universities, clubs, the media, social networks, books, etc. Mass education the citizens. We must transmit values that highlight the dignity of man, the protection of fundamental values, life, liberty, property, and family, the quality of people, respect, communication of life, not discrimination, the access of offense, tolerance, support for others, and solidarity is very important in our society. We must remember the deplorable events of the past to keep them present and to prevent them from being repeated. We must know what happened. We need go near before the problems. We prevent, we study. In the face of my conduct of the type, we must order the intervention of control and sanction bodies. For example, discrimination in the office acts, commit in school, a commercial company, on a sports organization, or in another areas must be punished. Our president, Javier Milei, all the time sets an example with his ideas and his conduct in the cultural battle undertaken. Second, in the face of crime, the police, judges, and prosecutors must act with maximum energy, setting limits with the law, setting an example with the other actions, and with a sanction that must fulfill a communicate function towards society. We must perceive the response of the state and justice against those who act illegally. In words of our president, Javier Milei, el que las hace, las paga. This is no more impunity. We have a war a battle with this matter. We must repeal and punish every aggression. The law protects us and authorizes the use of self-defense and protection of our own legal rights and thus the shared parties. You know this. What happened in Argentina in our days? What is our work with this problem? First, we are aware of which side we are on, that this country is our ally. You are our brothers, and we are together hand to hand. We repudiate all attacks, offense, discriminations, hatreds, and manifestations of antisemitism. We suppose it and follow every area and firm in the International Criminal Court because you are united by the same purpose. The document for ordering the president, we present Argentina in the court, we follow the law. Israel exercits a legitimate defense. This is very important. It's a mistake. It's an error, the procedure in the court. Argentina stay with Israel. 2. In the first days of our administration in December of 2023, we set a position and an analysis. In our field, at the Ministry of Justice, we close a lot of inefficient organizations, suppress plans lacking public utility, and concentrate the tax under our responsibility. We make a change in our country. We see the world and make a lot of reforms. In this framework, first, I provided education, information in schools and public settings. We have given numerous presentations in various educational and training settings. We assist and take young people to visit the monumental Holocaust Museum in Argentine, and the Anna Frank House in Argentine is very, very important that the child study and see and remember. Well, second, we assisted and advised the victims. 3, we filed criminal complaints to prosecute aggressors who attack members of the Jewish community. In this context, we will not tolerate young people offending with offenses and hateful chants, and I feel the complaint. Nor did we allow or attack of a young Jewish mother and her small child to go unnoticed. I feel the complaint, and we achieved the arrest of the aggressor who had insulted and attacked them. Look an example, the dissemination of the act. President Javier Milei called me very late on Saturday and immediately ordered me my intervention to fill the complaint and assist the victims. We complained the very next day, Sunday, and the aggressor was arrested. The prosecutor proposed that make and agree that the aggressor give apologize to conclude the case. We said not. We need an example. And now this man is arrested. In this way, we set limits based on the law. We set an example to the society, and we protect the victims as always. We are convinced of our actions. Justice is in the same side. It led to the prosecution of a congresswoman from the Left Front for anti-Semitic offense posted in the social networks. She acting with freedom of expression as she agreed in her defense, but the justice considered that she committed a crime because she incited and encouraged hatred against the Jewish community, and she must have now a public trial. 4, it's very important, it's before the facts. In the bill of the reform of the penal code, established discrimination as an aggravation circumstance for all the crimes, a new and special title that sanctions behaviors of discriminations and hatred, as well as aggressions, public disseminations of hatred on social networks, websites, or committed through the use of artificial intelligence or electronic means, cyber hates, the creation and distribution of possession of material with illegal content, with aggravation factors in cases involving an illicit organization, habitual conduct, and intervention of 3 or more people, among others. Now we pretend that is a crime, all this action. In the past, isn't right in our law. Before, this was not so clear contempt in the code. Faced with this a crime, criminal law and justice must act, and an example must be set with the punish of the offender and the immediate suspension of the offense. For example, removing it from social networks. Various law profiles in my country support my initiative in this sense. 5, it's very important. I drive the trial in absentia law, which will allow the continuation of the paralyzed trial against the terrorists with international arrest warrants, accused and having interviewed in the attacks for Daya and Amia, prestigious Jewish entities highly appreciated by us and the people of my country. Now we have in the future a trial. The prosecutor, the judge, and the Superior Court of Appeal, they legally of the law and its application in this specific case in rulings. We wait the oral trial. It's more years, we have a due, but the families need an answer. We seek justice through, and we have memories. Never we have justice. Need now that the families receive an answer for the state, for the judges. In other matter, we declare Hamas as a terrorism group. We are in permanent contact with the Israeli ambassador in our country, a very active person of integrity, and the Argentinian ambassador in Israel is a precious person and work a lot. With the DAIA and AMIA organizations and the representatives of the community in general, we exchange new ideas and actions plans. We work all the days. All the days we need state present to solution this problem. And we are going for more. Every day with education, justice, and punishment. Conclusion. First, there is a serious global problem that we must face. Second, we must prepare ourselves with all means and the law and the justice. 3, we are together and united. I embrace you with all my heart on behalf of President Javier Milei and myself. Thank you for all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Minister of Justice of Argentina. Sylvan Adams is president of the World Jewish Congress, Israel and the region, and one of the most influential figures shaping Israel's global image today. As the son of a Holocaust survivor, Adams has dedicated his life to strengthening the state of Israel and its ties with Jewish communities worldwide. As part of his role as president of the WJC Israel and the region, he is also advancing a national plan to bring 1 million new immigrants to Israel. Since the, incredible. Since the outbreak of the war, Adams made 2 transformative philanthropic commitments to Israel's southern region. In 2023, following October 7th, he announced a $100 million donation to Ben Gurion University in the Negev, viewing it as a strategic investment in the economic engine of the South. In 2025, following the Iranian ballistic missile attack on Soroka Hospital, he committed an additional $100 million to rebuilding Soroka, the beating heart of the Negev's healthcare system. Adams was honored by lighting a torch at Israel's official Independence Day ceremony for his efforts in building bridges between Israel and the Jewish diaspora. I am pleased to invite Mr. Sylvan Adams to the stage. So it's great having you here, Mr. Adams. And I would like to start by asking, as a son of Holocaust.
First of all, please call me Sylvan.
Sylvan.
Because Mr. Adams was my late father.
Okay. So I would like to ask you, as a son of Holocaust survivors, your father was also fighting the War of Independence. How is your background shaped the way that you're your approach towards Israel, towards the Jewish people, the importance, you've dedicated your life basically to the Jewish people.
So both of my parents came through Israel, through Palestine. My father escaped during the war. Both my parents were Romanian, but they met in Canada. And they took different journeys. My father was put into slave labor in Romania. Romania joined the Axis powers, so they were never invaded by Hitler, and they put the Jews to work towards the war effort. And as my father liked to say, they forgot to feed us, and he realized that he may not survive if he continued like this, and he managed to escape, and he came to Palestine, and as you mentioned, he fought eventually in Israel's War of Independence. My mother came, she was in hiding during the war, and she came after the war in 1947 and was sent by the British, sent away, and ended up in an internment camp in Cyprus for 6 months before the state of Israel was declared, and they could come to here, which is essentially the story of Leon Uris's Exodus.
Wow, incredible.
And I grew up in a Zionist home, so my parents didn't look back. They didn't lament over the hardships that they faced. They were always very forward-looking and positive people. But I did grow up in a Zionist home, very Zionist home, and it was only natural. I also met my future wife. We met on a kibbutz several years ago, quite a number of years ago, so it seemed very natural for us to make Aliyah. And the best form, of course, of Zionism is expressed with one's feet, and here we are.
Yeah. Incredible. And speaking about Aliyah, you have a very ambitious plan in bringing Jews to Israel. Do you think the recent outburst of anti-Semitism around the world, especially in the US and now Australia, will make that shift in coming back to Israel, coming to the homeland, basically?
We need this million immigrants to which you referred, because we need to keep the demographic balance in Israel. And I like to say that the Jews of the former Soviet Union, they saved the country in many ways. We see them involved in every walk of life here in the country. And so we need another million immigrants to come here and inject the same kind of energy as the previous wave, and so this is of an existential nature for us. And what happens is we have a push factor, as you described, the anti-Semitism that is happening all over the Western world. But also in Israel, we need to create the conditions. We need the pull factor. Nobody wants to move to Israel and have to downsize. Everybody wants to advance their lives and their opportunities. So we need to create the conditions, and I am trying to help make this a priority for the State of Israel to welcome with proper employment, housing, education, healthcare, and all the rest
Lowering the
of it.
taxes, we won't mind, just a bit. But I would like to ask you, we're seeing this coordinated propaganda war against Israel. Billions of dollars have been invested in lies, in spreading propaganda against Israel. How can we fight this even?
Well, you're absolutely right. This is a campaign that started 25 years or so ago, and it's led with unlimited funds. Basically, they put $1 trillion into this campaign against us. And it's like October the 7th, when they saw, we saw the protests literally on October the 8th while we were still counting our dead. So this has nothing to do, this anti-Semitism that we've seen has nothing to do with Israel or what Israel did or didn't do. While we were still counting our dead, they were protesting in the streets of Manhattan, in Sydney, in London, in my native Montreal. And so this is an organized campaign, and it's led by the Qataris with help from their friends, the axis of evil, the Iranians, and more recently even the Chinese, that don't have a beef with Israel or the Jews, but see this as a front in their war for world domination against the West. So this isn't Israel's fight. Honestly, this is a fight, a clash of civilizations. It's a war that, like I said, it's like they flicked on the switch after October the 7th while we were seen to be weak and vulnerable, and they unleashed their operatives that they had infiltrated with hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, and we saw this.
Is there a way for the state of Israel to even combating that? Because
look, we are the startup nation, and we did miracles in our physical wars. We had a 7-front military campaign, and we succeeded in defeating all of our enemies. And I heard the Prime Minister yesterday talk about an 8th front, which is anti-Semitism. And so the first thing you have to do is recognize that this 8th front is also a strategic threat to us here, and that we cannot survive in isolation. And once Israel makes a priority, we Israelis are winners. Once we make a priority of something, I have no doubt that using our skills and the miracles that we did, the science fiction that we accomplished in the physical wars, that we will be equally successful in combating anti-Semitism. You know, the Qataris only have money. We have everything else.
amazing. We have everything else and incredible people that are coming up on stage today, including yourself, that are doing so much for the state of Israel. Sylvan Adams, thank you so much for this interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so we will now turn to a recorded message specifically for this conference for Mr. Geert Wilders, leaders of the Party for Freedom and members of the Dutch House of Representatives. Mr. Wilders is a prominent voice in Europe in the fight against anti-Semitism, extremism, and terrorism, and a consistent supporter of Israel's right to defend itself. We thank him for his message and invite you to watch his remarks.
My dear friends, I send you greetings from the Netherlands. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person, but I support, of course, your important conference on combating anti-Semitism. It's the third conference of its kind already, at the initiative of my good friend Amichai Chikri, and it's needed more than ever. It is significant that this conference is held on International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The Holocaust in the 1940s was the culmination of what the Nazi anti-Semitism of the 1930s led to, because the rest of Europe remained silent and tolerated it. Likewise, a new Holocaust is in the making if we remain silent about the growth of the ugly monster of Islamic anti-Semitism today. There is no denying that contemporary anti-Semitism has its roots in the deep hatred of Islam towards the Jews. We have seen this hatred at work on October 7th, 2023. Islamic Jew hatred can be found in the Quran and the Hadiths and goes back to Muhammad himself. But since October 7th, we have also seen a hideous surge of anti-Semitism in Western Europe. Our cities have witnessed an orgy of Jew hatred. In Amsterdam, London, Paris, and elsewhere, Jews have been physically attacked. University buildings have been occupied and vandalized by activists demanding that links with Israeli institutions be cut. Israeli citizens have been banned from cultural, scientific, and sporting events. And every day again, Jewish schools, institutions, communities, and individuals are the target of hatred, discrimination, verbal abuse, and violence. And this is a disgrace, and we have to stop it. The rise of anti-Semitism is directly linked to the ever larger Islamic fifth column within Europe's borders. And instead of protecting Europe's own Jewish citizens and defending Israel, the most easterly outpost of our European civilization, many of our leaders are stabbing their Jewish citizens and Israel in the back. There is no difference between Jew hatred and Israel hatred. Israel is hated because it's the homeland of the Jews. Israel is hated by the European left for the same reason that European patriots should support it, because it shows us how vital it is for the survival, the security, and the freedom of a people to have its own nation state with strong and guarded borders. The Jews are hated because they were the first nation in history, and against all the odds, they have survived. The state of Israel is hated because it is the reborn Jewish state. And John F. Kennedy once said, and I quote, "Israel is the child of hope and the home of the brave. It carries the shield of democracy and it honors the sword of freedom," end of quote. And so it is. Israel is a beacon of freedom. If it falls, we all fall. And the Jews are our spiritual fathers. Those who hate them hate us, and we will not tolerate their hatred. So let this conference be a clear signal to the world that Israel and the Jews are not alone. We stand with you. Long live the Jewish people, and long live the state of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Geert Wilders, for your courageous friendship. I would like to invite Mr. Alex Treiman, CEO of Jerusalem Bureau Chief, Jewish News Syndicate, to moderate the next panel discussion titled "Denial as a Weapon: How do we Destruction and Fake News Fuel the War of Truth?" And your speakers on stage, Mr. Arik Fingerut, President and CEO, the Jewish Federation of North America, Ms. Tila Falik Levy, Consul Member of the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, Rabbi Menachem Margolin, Chairman of the European Jewish Association, and Mr. Hillel Neuer, Executive Director of UN Watch.
Okay, we're going to try to do this rapid fire because they're not giving us a lot of time and we have to solve a lot of world's problems in just a few minutes. Sylvan Adams talked about the Eighth Front. In many ways, it's the first front because it's actually the front where our enemies think that they can defeat us. They can't defeat us on the military battlefield. They try to defeat us in this war of narratives, the war of information. And this has really been the Palestinian strategy from the beginning. And if you just look at Mahmoud Abbas and his history of writing a book and a PhD on Holocaust denial or minimization, and you see the Russian-style propaganda from the beginning of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, you can understand that they laid the seeds for exactly what we're dealing with today already from the 1960s. And we're seeing now how it has really metastasized. And I want to start with Europe, where I think the situation has been very, very acute now for a significant time, maybe more so than the United States. So we should start with Rabbi Margolin. And you know, it's just barely 80 years after the Holocaust, and today is Holocaust International Remembrance Day, and you would think that the memory of the Holocaust would still be sacred. Yet we're seeing a horrific inversion, and my good friend Fiamma Nierenstein told me that just today on the Italian newspaper, they said that the Holocaust has to be viewed in the framework of what Israel today is doing to Palestinians. That's today on the Italian newspaper front page. Can you tell me why you think we see this Holocaust inversion, particularly coming out of European leaders?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Minister Shikli for your brave and great leadership and for organizing this conference with your great team. And before I answer your question, I just would like to say one thing. Despite the fact that we all heard about the bad situation, and really there's no better way to describe it but bad, I don't think there should be one person in this room that should think that there is nothing that can be done. And I would like to give you an example. In the last 10 years, we brought over 1,200 politicians from Europe to Auschwitz. I know everybody mainly remembers the visit of Elon Musk, but we brought many others, not only him. And I could tell you that in each and every one of them strengthened his commitment to combat anti-Semitism. Main activities that were proposed by governments in Europe to combat anti-Semitism in the last decade were supported by members of parliaments and diplomats that we brought to Auschwitz. There are many other things that could be done. And I think that the darkness that comes from Europe is still there, but really no one should think that it is impossible to change it. And I think that if anything, that a message should come from this room today that if not because of many of the activists that are here that made really significant work, the situation would be worse. And I also want to praise the World Maccabean and the Ministry of Diaspora who collaborate with us on bringing politicians and principals of schools to Auschwitz. It made huge impact and it should be continued.
Thank you. Hillel, I think since 1975 and the passage of the Zionism equals racism concept in the United Nations, we've seen not only the systemic bias in the United Nations and its agencies, but actually the systemic weaponization of the United Nations against the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Today at the UN, they are commemorating Holocaust Memorial Day. Tell me, is this genuine, and what are you seeing at the United Nations?
Indeed, today in Geneva, where I live, and in New York, the United Nations will mark Holocaust Remembrance Day. And to me, it sounds a little bit like your local butcher shop hosting a celebration of International Vegetarianism Day. As you said, the United Nations is supposed to be, when they created Holocaust Remembrance Day, we were told that this was to prevent another Holocaust, to prevent the demonization, dehumanization of Jews, which led to the Holocaust. And there was probably no other organization at the international level that is engaged in a form of global demonization of Jews by the endless attacks on Israel at the UN. You mentioned Zionism as racism. In the past year, there was one resolution on North Korea by the General Assembly, one on Iran. There were more than 15 against Israel. Most of the world was ignored. So there is a constant demonization. This panel is about Holocaust denial, and it also must be understood that there's a form of Holocaust inversion, which was mentioned, that regularly takes place, certainly in the past 2 years, but even before. You had people accusing Israel of genocide. Francesca Albanese, most infamously, who regularly falsely accuses Israel of genocide, had been saying this even before October 7th. And in Geneva, a leading NGO activist, works at a women's rights group, Radical Left, told me years ago that Israel in 1948 committed a Holocaust. So the idea of Holocaust inversion, perversely accusing the victims of the Nazis of themselves being the perpetrators, has been sort of gestating at the UN. And Gaza war was a chance, when they had a lot of casualties, to perversely accuse Israel of acting like the Nazis. which is, let's be honest, it's not just one person. It's not just Francesco Albanese. It's many of the UN experts. There's one of them, I just want to quote him. He's the expert on an independent, equitable international order. His name is George Katrougalos, and he said, he's a UN human rights expert. He said, is it possible that the people who endured the Holocaust are now committing the most high of crimes, genocide against their neighbors, September 15th, 2025. And this is pervasive, where you have people like Albanese saying that using the Holocaust as a stick against the Jews, she says, we as Europeans, we more than anyone who allowed the Holocaust to happen, we have an obligation to stop Israel from what it's doing. So in effect, using the Holocaust as perversely as a stick to further demonize and dehumanize Jews around the world, accusing them of genocide, which, let's be honest, the UN plays a major role in an ecosystem of anti-Semitism, where Hamas would put out a lie, a hospital was bombed by Israel, false, on October 17th, 2023. The UN will endorse it, and then newspapers around the world say the UN said. The United Nations, with all its moral legitimacy, giving its imprimatur to the demonization of Israel.
Eric, it's not just the UN, it's not just European leaders, it's also mainstream media. We saw how the New York Times, the quote-unquote paper of record, which covered up the atrocities of the Holocaust in real time, now, just several months ago, placed a picture of a child that they knew had a horrific genetic disorder on the front page of the paper to use it to demonstrate their false narrative that Israel was using starvation as a policy against Gazans. Tell me, how does this actually threaten Jewish communities in the United States in real time?
So I have to say that this example that you've just cited is a very, very serious situation that caused serious damage. That the window of time in which that picture was being circulated, and by the way, it's not just that it was circulated by the New York Times, it's that it became obviously promoted on social media and on the algorithms of social media and spread, so it was the most pervasive image of the war. This was clearly the low point of the war, certainly in the United States and North America, without any question. And it not only changed public opinion in a very, very broad way, had a huge impact on public opinion in America. It even seeped into decision makers. I was in meetings in the highest levels of the United States government, the administration at that time, not the current administration, where they were reciting this, this meme about famine and Israel causing famine. Now, whether that was because they really believed it or whether because it was the political pressure coming at them, I can't say for sure. But this was deeply damaging to Israel's ability for our ability as the Jewish community in North America to maintain and build support. So, and of course, when the apology finally came or the acknowledgement finally came, it got no attention whatsoever. And so this is a seriously problematic challenge for us. We can, and we do, in every community across North America. We go talk to the local officials. We go talk to the local media. We make sure they know that these images are false, and we counter it in the local communities to protect the safety and security of the local communities and to fight against incitement. But it's very hard at the national and global level of these media outlets.
Tila, we're seeing it's not just in the mainstream media, it's also really infected influencers. And I think that there was no greater example than just in the last 2 weeks when we saw in a nightclub in Miami, Nick Fuentes, avowed anti-Semite, went to the club supposedly for the first time, and the DJ's playing a song from Kanye West called Heil Hitler. Tell me a little bit about how the Miami community has reacted and gone on the offensive after this.
It happens to be that the mayor of Miami, Stephen Miner, is in town here in Israel. We had dinner together. We actually spoke about this yesterday. In Miami, there's zero tolerance for hate, and not just towards Jews, but we have many minorities living in Miami. There's a lot of Latin, Hispanic communities from all kinds of backgrounds. There's minorities from Haiti, from Cuba, from Venezuela, from everywhere. And so there really is a melting pot of minorities that come together to support each other. And having grown up in Miami, I personally still have never experienced firsthand anti-Semitism. And I don't think it's because people love Jews. It's because you have law and order, the leadership starts from the top, and people are not afraid to say what they believe in and what they really want to stand for. So this situation at the Club of Miami, it was like very easy to shut down because every single elected official, every single local leader, every single club and nightlife owner immediately came out, condemned it, and shut it down. So by the time people were reaching out to me as a Jewish community leader saying, what are we doing about this? Let's go protest outside the club. The club had already been shut down. The DJ had already been fired. Nick Fuentes and all his Nazi friends had already been banned from every single nightlife institution in South Florida. And when you come to Miami, there's a guy named Adam Sosnick. He's on a very famous podcast with PBD, Patrick Ben-David, and he actually called in one of the guys the next day. He's a Jewish kid who grew up in Miami, and he said, hey, why'd you do it? Like, why were you hanging out with them? And why didn't you go sit at the box with other social media influencers, with the president and Marco Rubio the night before where there was a college football final? Why did you pick to be in the wrong place at the wrong time? And the guy said, I messed up. So there's no tolerance in Miami, and law and order and consequence, real consequence, shutting these things down is what takes care of it immediately.
We're running short on time. I want to get rapid fire answers here. Rabbi Margolin, you've talked about the urgency here and seeing a correction. Tell me why you think that the problem is so urgent.
You know, the Jews used to be approximately 2.5% of Europe's population. Today, the Jews are 0.2% of the population in Europe. The numbers will continue to go down unless government really make a significant decision that they would like to ensure Jewish life in Europe. We called all European governments to recognize the Jewish community as a protected minority. We believe that that will be the only solution to have Jewish life in the future. Of course, all those I do already last year, I called the minister for the government to prepare enough houses in Israel for all the European Jews that will certainly come to live in Israel. But the only solution right now is for the governments to decide that all the Jews are a protected minority. This status exists in the law. That means that the government will be obliged to provide the security, the freedom of religion, to fund institutions, culture, and that everybody in Europe will learn about the Jewish contribution and why they should cherish Jewish presence. If not because of protected minority, there's no doubt that within very short time we'll not be able to see any more visible Jews on this continent.
Hillel, it's not just Holocaust inversion denialism. We're also seeing at the UN October 7th denialism. Can you tell me a few examples?
Yeah, well, the most famous is, just a couple of weeks after October 7th, Antonio Guterres came to the UN and he said, yes, I condemn what Hamas did. But he said, also important to note that the Hamas attacks did not happen in a vacuum. Did not happen in a vacuum. And then he went on to enumerate numerous alleged Palestinian grievances, in effect, Secretary General of the UN justifying what Hamas did. It's a form of denying October 7th, basically saying it's a justified response. Francesca Albanese repeatedly has said, even to President Macron, that what Hamas did was a response to Israel's oppression. Finally, people like Albanese, UN Special Rapporteur Reem Al-Salem, said that there's no evidence of sexual assault against women on October 7th. These are shocking forms of October 7th denialism, like Holocaust denial.
Eric, immediately after October 7th, we started to see protests around the world, and I think one of the most shocking was all the encampments that we saw on the university campuses. Tell me what you think the situation is now for students on Jewish campuses after those encampments, and if you're seeing any encouraging signs of improvement.
So we are, but we are because there is real pressure being applied on the universities. Look, these encampments were serious challenges because they were intimidating and they were threatening the Jewish students. frankly, unfortunately, they were being welcomed by too many campuses, including faculty participating and universities treating it like just, acceptable levels of protest. And they were all in violation of university policy. What we did first as a community was organize to insist that universities enforce their policies and local communities enforce their local laws. And then we were joined by the new administration when the Trump administration came on, and last night Leo Terrell was one of the great leaders of this that put federal government pressure on the universities. So the safety and security situation has improved, but the climate on campus hasn't. And in fact, you may have seen the article, the report that was just released about basically all Jewish administrators being eliminated at the City University of New York, which is one of the most historic places for Jewish upward mobility in America. So we have real challenges still on university campuses, but I do want to agree with my colleague here on the panel that it's not everywhere. And if you go to wonderful universities like in the state of Florida or in Texas or in a number of other great places in this country, you will find that universities have controlling in their campus and are very welcoming to Jewish students, and we need to promote and support those universities that are.
Tila, 10-second last words. Why is it so important to go on the offensive in the fight against anti-Semitism?
Anti-Semitism is a human rights issue, and it's globalized under that umbrella. It's very important to make it not socially acceptable to hate in any form. And when people understand that first they start with us and then they're going after everyone else, that's when they're going to understand that there needs to be real consequence. So we have to have a unified voice. Thank God we have a lot of friends, Jewish and non-Jewish, which we see in this conference, which is really a breath of fresh air and the light at the end of the tunnel. And we can't stop fighting because anti-Semitism is not new. It's the oldest form of hate. And they're blaming it on Israel and calling it anti-Zionism. But well before there was a Jewish state, people hated the Jewish people. The difference is that now we have a Jewish state, we could do something about it, and we will do something about it.
Thank you to all of our wonderful panelists.
Thank you very much, Alex Drayman, Arik Fingerud, Tila Falik, Rabbi Margolin, and Hillel Neuer. I now want to invite to the stage Mr. Isaac Assa, chairman of the Israel Latin America Network, to deliver his remarks.
Well, thank you. Before I begin, I would like to thank my friend, Minister Amichai Shikli, for the invitation and congratulate him on this important initiative. Good afternoon. We live in a world that often feels broken, a world with too much division, too much hate, and too much fear. In our tradition, there is an ancient concept called Tikkun Olam, the responsibility to move beyond words and repair the world through action. Today, I want to share a different way of thinking about anti-Semitism. Not how to fight it, but how to rise above it. For many years, we have responded to anti-Semitism by defending ourselves, by explaining Israel, by answering lies. And yes, sometimes defense, or always defense, is necessary. But defense alone is not enough. Because when Israel is shown only through success, what it has achieved, how advanced it is, it can create envy. And envy never builds understanding. It creates distance. So 8 years ago, we decided to change our approach. Instead of saying, look at what Israel has achieved, we choose to say, let us help you achieve it too. That decision gave birth to ILAN, the Israel Innovation Network. ILAN did not begin as a project to fight anti-Semitism. It began as a project to do good, to share knowledge, to share experience, to share how innovation transforms Israel and how it can help other countries grow as well. And something powerful happens when you do this. When young leaders, most of them non-Jewish, come to Israel, learn, experience, and see the country with their own eyes, they don't return home as activists, they return home as leaders. They don't defend Israel, they understand Israel. And understanding is far more stronger than any other argument. For almost 2,000 years, the Jewish people live without a state, and yet we survive because we live in many countries, countries that welcome us, where we build families, communities, and businesses, where we're able to grow and contribute. Thanks to them, we are still here. And that creates something very important, gratitude. But gratitude is not just something you say, gratitude is something you live. Today, more than half of the Jewish people still live in the diaspora. We love the countries we call home. They welcome us and shape who we are. And at the same time, Israel is our ancestral home, our root. This is not a contradiction. For Jews in the diaspora, loyalty is not divided, it is multiplied. We have a responsibility to both. And the land exists exactly at that intersection. When we help countries to grow through innovation, we strengthen their economies, their societies, and their future. At the same time, we strengthen Israel's image, values, and truth. Doing good for others is doing good for Israel. This is Tikkun Olam in action, not as an idea, but as a real work. Today, Ilan is active in 7 countries outside of Israel, and it works. In July, more than 180 young university leaders, non-Jewish, from 7 different countries and over 38 universities will be in Israel with Ilan. We work closely with universities because universities shape ideas, and ideas shape the future. These young leaders come to Israel, learn, experience, and connect. They return home ready to lead. If we want to change the future, this is where we must begin. Ilan is not about numbers, it's about leaders. We don't work with thousands, we work with the few, and those few influence many. So today, I'm not asking you to defend a cause. I am inviting you to build something together, to take this model, to bring it to your countries, to help repair the world, one leader at a time. Because the strongest answer to hate is not fighting it, is building good. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Isaac Assa. Before our next panel discussion titled Anti-Semitism and Radicalization in the West, Causes and Effects, I am pleased to call upon MP János Boka, Minister of European Union Affairs of Hungary, to deliver his remarks.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I apologize for my voice. I left it somewhere in Hungary, and I tried to recover it, but even though my voice is weak, I want my message to be strong. There is a fight going on for the soul of Europe. Anti-Semitism is rising, not only on the fringes of European societies, but in the mainstream media, politics, and public speech. I see the walls of new ghettos rising in major European cities. These walls are not made of bricks or boards, but they are walls nevertheless. If Jewish students don't feel safe to use public transportation, then these are indeed walls. If Jewish university students are harassed because of their origin or opinion, then these are indeed walls. If Jewish artists or scientists are denied invitation or publication opportunities because they refuse to publicly denounce the state of Israel, then these are indeed walls. If synagogues and cemeteries are desecrated, Jews are insulted or killed for being Jewish, then these are indeed walls. Europe is now on the verge of abandoning its Jewish communities and its Jewish heritage. If it does so, it will no longer be Europe. It will become something else. This is not only and not even primarily a concern for the Jewish communities. It is a concern for all Europeans because the very foundations of our civilization are at stake. How did we get this far? Europe has a long history of anti-Semitism. It developed from various sources and has been reinvented time and again. Today, we are witnessing the emergence of yet another version of anti-Semitism that is masked as anti-Zionism or anti-Israeli protests. The origins of this new form of anti-Semitism can be traced back to two very different ideologies that don't have too much in common, but manage to cooperate quite well in taking over the streets, newspapers, and even some of the mainstream political parties in Europe. One is the radical version of political Islam, and the other is the new radical left or woke movement. They are both imported to Europe, one from Northern Africa and the Middle East, and the other from the United States. But they adapted quite well to the social and cultural environment in Europe. How come that radical Islam and the radical left cooperate so easily in Europe? And why is Europe defenseless against this new form of anti-Semitism? These are very relevant questions today, and the answers have wide-ranging political implications. Both radical Islam and the woke movement question the Judeo-Christian civilizational foundations of Europe. Radical political Islam wants to replace it with something else. The woke movement simply wants to get rid of it because it is ashamed of its own heritage and alienated from it. The Jewish communities and the Jewish heritage of Europe are an obvious target for these political movements because they tick all the boxes for their respective perceived enemies, and these concepts overlap to a large extent. And, as it has been the case for centuries in Europe, this approach divides European societies and weakens their social immune systems, making way to turn against other social groups later on. We all know very well that it always starts with the Jews, but it never ends with the Jews. But why is Europe so defenseless against the rising anti-Semitism after the experience of the Holocaust? Haven't we spent the past 80 years in Europe building institutions, adopting laws, and educating children so as to make sure that our dark past never returns? I believe it is a self-inflicted wound by Europe. I believe that we have let down our physical and intellectual defenses. Uncontrolled mass migration and the lack of proper external border protection has contributed to a fundamental restructuring of most European societies that now feeds radical Islam inside Europe. Outsourcing the development of our legal systems, our concept of human rights and social justice, and our higher education to international networks without any political legitimacy has made Europe defenseless against the intellectual assault of the woke movement. This is the inconvenient truth. To quote a French theologian from the 17th century, God laughs at those who complain about the effects, but endorse the causes. It is not possible to fight anti-Semitism if we are legally unable to control our borders and decide who can enter. It is not possible to fight anti-Semitism if universities yield to the argumentation of power instead of the power of argumentation. And it is not possible to fight anti-Semitism if, at the end of the day, there is no political legitimacy behind the legal framework and the institutions that apply it. So, my message is to fight the effects as well as the causes. And my message is not a message of despair. It is a message of hope, defiance, and a call for action. I come from Hungary. I can tell you that it is possible to implement a zero-tolerance policy against anti-Semitism. I can tell you that it is possible to protect our Jewish communities and foster Jewish life. I can tell you that it is possible to build a strategic partnership and friendship with the State of Israel, even under the most challenging circumstances. We are aware of the special relationship between the State of Israel and the Jewish communities in Europe. A lack of partnership, lack of dialogue between the European Union and its member states and the State of Israel, adopting the language of sanctions, exclusion, and isolation is not only counterproductive, it also undermines the credibility of our stance against the rising anti-Semitism in Europe. And it hurts our Jewish communities. Fortunately, we don't have to walk this path alone. We can work with a group of few but very committed, like-minded countries and international partners. And I continue to offer our partnership to all those who fight anti-Semitism anywhere in the world. Together, we can make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Janusz Boka, for arriving in Israel and delivering a loud and clear message that the whole world must listen to. And now I invite to the stage Mr. Zvika Klein, Editor-in-Chief of the Jerusalem Post, alongside Mr. David Bernstein, founder of North American Values Institute, Dr. Eli David, AI researcher and entrepreneur, Ms. Natasha Hausdorff, Legal Director of the UK Lawyers for Israel, MEP Dominik Tratitsky, European Conservative and Reformist Group, and MP Sam van Rooij, member of the Belgian Chamber of Representatives, for the next panel discussion titled Anti-Semitism and Radicalization in the West, Causes and Effects.
Thank you, Lital. Hello, everybody. Minister Shikli, you did an amazing job, second year in a row with this conference.
Yeah, good job.
I've been around in the anti-Semitism business for a while, but the content is interesting, and this is going to be even more interesting. How are you guys doing today?
It's perfect. It's very good.
Okay. So it's interesting, you know, all the speeches that we've heard and panels, everybody's quoting the Lord Rabbi Sachs, who, you know, is no longer with us, but I feel like he's in every single panel here. What starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews. So I want to start with those who are not Jewish on the panel. Roy, in Belgium, there's a very dramatic debate on kosher slaughter, religious slaughter. Your party actually supports a ban. You actually spoke up against it. Can you explain this discussion?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank everyone. It's an honor for me to be here today. I always feel so at home to be in Israel, and you announced to let the non-Jews speak first, but actually I feel more and more connected not only to Israel, but also to the Jewish people. And I think
we're open to accepting anyone.
Thank you. Well, you should be critical, right? On who you accept.
Yeah.
But listen, I think we need to make a very clear distinction between religions, between practices of religions, and as a secular state, of course, we have a duty to guarantee freedom of religion. But unfortunately, we see, because of Islamization in Belgium, Islamization, the word has not been used that much on this conference, and I want to explain very shortly what it means. It means that Islam, which is actually more a political doctrine than a religious practice, that it starts more and more dominating society. And because Islam doesn't accept freedom of religion, we see that everywhere in the world, in the Middle East, in Africa, we see that in Iran. Especially at this moment, we see a sort of a climax of almost 50 years of Islamic suppression in Iran on the Iranian people. Well, and actually I see that evolution also in Belgium, also in Western Europe, that Islam starts to dominate our societies, and it's bad news for the non-Muslims.
So basically your party is against halal, in a sense, because of the extreme Islam that's going on in Belgium.
Of course, halal is merely a facet of Sharia law. Okay. And when we allow halal, we actually, per definition, allow Sharia law in our country.
And when you speak up against the ban, how are you accepted within your party?
Well, I think people are very open to see the difference between Judaism and Islam, between Christianity and Judaism and Islam. I mean, most of the time, politically correct people dictate that these three religions are more or less the same.
Right.
But nothing could be further from the truth, of course.
Okay. Thank you. So, Dominique, our countries, Israel and Poland, have gone through, I would say, a roller coaster in the past few years. A lot of it has to do with, the way the Holocaust is being documented, perceived, and a lot of Jewish organizations or individuals sometimes are very hesitant, or even wouldn't even necessarily sit on the stage with someone from your party. So, can you explain why you think that's wrong?
Well, to answer your question, first of all, I'd like to thank you to Mr. Shikli for invitation. A great friend of Poland. Thank you, Minister, because I'm really honored to be here and to discuss it, why our alliance is important and why the future of our relation is even more important. We had this discussion with the minister, how we have to build our alliance, talking about future, to build the future, to secure our safety because of Islamization. What the Hamas leader said in a famous video, they says, we're going to kill Jews and then Christians. So what is our goal? What is the most important, and why I am here as a Polish? Because if we're not going to cooperate, they're going to kill us. It's not about politics. And why our relations has been roller coaster for years? Because the left, mainly leftists in the media, they try to divide us. Because that's in their business. Why only the left, mainly the left, attacked Israel and Poland? Look at the European Parliament. Infamous Qatargate scandal, where Qataris money bought about 20 MEPs. Vice President of the European Parliament was bought. She was corrupted by Islamists, by Qatar. She was caught with the 2 suitcases of the cash. So, like, millions of euros were spent on one person, Vice President, and she was the one who attacked Poland about the rule of law. And then she was bought by Qataris. So I have to thank 2 people, very important. I'd like to say thank you to Stephen Thompson, founder of Visegrad 24, because he was the one to cover it when I revealed Qatargate scandal. Mainstream media didn't want to do it. Stefan was proud enough to do it, so I have to thank him. But there is someone more important.
Well, we have to thank him for supporting Israel.
I have to
which
say
is,
that, because he's supporting the truth.
Yeah.
And there is someone even more important, my beautiful fiancée, Evelyn.
Oh.
She couldn't be here with
Mazal
us.
tov.
I love her because she was she had so much courage to work on the Qatargate scandal. She was the one to find very specific information about the scandal. And I could do it in a parliament and in the media. That's why it is very important what we heard yesterday from Prime Minister. He says social media. I revealed the whole scandal on my social media, and Stefan supported it. The whole world found out about Qataris buying politicians. You cannot compete with Qatar. I'm very sorry. Even Israel can't do it because they printed money. For them, it's just the paper.
You would think there's
and
enough
Israel
elders of
is not
Zion
buying
who could fund
politicians. Why is it only the left? Because as I said, Eva Kaili, who was arrested, was vice president socialist. Cozzolino, the former member of Communist Party in Italy, and others. So what we have to do now, we have to focus on the future, and we have to use social media because we have to reveal the truth about these hypocrites. We have to reveal the truth about the Islamists and their goal. That's where, again, Minister, thank you very much for invitation.
Thank you. So, Natasha, you're at the forefront. Everyone who follows you on social media can see, combating, lies, hate against the Jewish people, against Israel. We saw in Amsterdam, the whole 2.5 years has been a bit of a fog. But whenever that was, when Maccabi Tel Aviv was playing there, and was there actually a real trial there against those who attacked Israelis and attacked Jews in the streets of Amsterdam?
Well, firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. And perhaps as the token Brit on the panel, I might be able to invoke Lord Sachs in respect of his identification of the modern manifestation of anti-Semitism, no longer against the Jews as a religion or the Jews as a race, but the Jewish state. And I think that's critical to focus the conversations that we're having of the modern acceptable face of anti-Semitism, anti-Zionism. And of course, that was on display in Amsterdam. And what we saw with the Jew hunt that was organized in advance was Israelis being targeted supposedly for what Israel was doing to the Palestinians. But we all know that that is based on the modern blood libels, which are reflective of the ancient blood libels. We had successive reports from the Amsterdam police and the equivalent of the Home Office there that identified exactly what had occurred and who the culprits had been, and that these Israeli Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were in fact the victims of these planned violent assaults. And yet, when we look at the follow-up to that, and the way in which the police in Birmingham decided to ban Maccabi Tel Aviv fans from attending a game there at Aston Villa, we can see these inversions where, despite the clear reports from the Amsterdam police as to what had occurred, the Jewish fans were being accused of throwing bystanders into the canals, of targeting Muslims in the area. And of course, that was used in order to ensure that for the purposes of this game, the area around the football field in Birmingham was Judenrein, was cleansed of its Jews. That was the motivation, that was the explicit purpose of the local politicians who are advocating this. Now, this panel is about radicalization, and we have seen the effects of radicalization and how it goes hand in glove with anti-Semitism in this modern form, targeting the Jewish state and the Jewish people. And we have seen time and time again calls for governments to take this threat seriously. I recall a study in 2014 commissioned by the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, then David Cameron, into the Muslim Brotherhood, into the effect of that group in the United Kingdom. I recall even more recently the current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, calling for the arrest and prosecution of Hamas members in the United Kingdom. This was his quid pro quo for recognizing the non-existent state of Palestine.
Did it happen?
Neither of those calls or professions by those respective prime ministers have resulted in any effect. And that's where the organization I'm very privileged to be involved with, UK Lawyers for Israel, comes in, because we have held these entities, the police, local government, national government, to account. We are continuing to do so in raising radicalization in schools, in holiday camps, in professional environments like the NHS, in unions, and ensuring that those in authority have their feet held to the fire. We are privileged to have certain allies, and in fact, Nick Timothy, Member of Parliament, who perhaps single-handedly exposed the rot that led to the banning of Maccabi Tel Aviv fans in Birmingham. These are the voices that need to be strengthened in the UK as with the rest of Europe.
Natasha, in short, does the UK, do you see a future for Jews in the UK? Or I could even go further if you want. You know, is there a future for the UK as a Western society? I got my answer there.
There would have to be some radical shift from the current trajectory. But let me say this, because this conference is somewhat unique in bringing together Jews and non-Jews in a commonality of purpose to fight anti-Semitism. I have many non-Jewish friends in the UK who are equally as concerned with what is happening to Western civilization in the United Kingdom and in Europe as a whole. And they say to me, it's all right for you. You have somewhere to go. What do we do? And that is why this conference is so important in bringing together Jews and non-Jews, in particular Christian allies, in recognizing the effect of this radicalization, of this anti-Semitism, and what it is doing across Europe, and in ensuring that we all stand together to change that trajectory, if at all possible, because while the Jews may have somewhere to go, our allies most certainly do not.
Thank you. Ellie, I'm a very big fan of your work. And since your profession is artificial intelligence, and nowadays it's like people just use that as every conference, right, focuses on that, whether it does or not. But you would think we're smart enough to find a way to penetrate these algorithms, but we haven't. So can it be done? Is anyone trying to do it?
Well, thank you again, Minister Amichai Shikli, for this amazing conference, much needed. Now, when you see the reports from Gaza, you see lots of AI-generated images. Do you know where you don't see any AI-generated images? From the massacre in Iran.
Iran.
Because that was a real massacre. Mm-hmm. Now, we're talking here about anti-Semitism, hatred of the Jews. If you want to understand anti-Semitism, again, look at Iran. In one night, under Khamenei's personal order, they killed 30 or probably 40,000 people.
Wow.
You see people, rows and rows of bodies with shots to their foreheads, with ECG patches on them, with IV lines, with breathing tubes. Did the doctors put those after they got shot in the forehead, or vice versa? And then crickets in the rest of the world. BBC, CNN, nothing. Nobel laureate Barack Hussein Obama, nothing. The other day, Antonio Guterres.
The squad also.
The other day, Antonio
very
Guterres,
silent
I saw that again, his Twitter profile is again full of shitposting on Israel. So I just said, well, did he say anything about Iran? I entered his profile and searched for Iran. The last thing this terrorism supporter said about Iran was in June 2025. And the post says, while the world is looking at the Iran-Israel war, that's the Iran keyword, we should not forget about the Palestinians suffering in Gaza.
Wow. Okay.
Nobody cares about the massacre in Iran. No Jews, no news. That's what the world cares about.
Wow.
And my only recommendation to my Iranian friends is that if you want the rest of the world to care about your massacre, either identify as Palestinians or spread the rumor that Khamenei is Jewish. That's the only way for all international institutes, UN, ICC, EU, to care about your massacre.
Let's do it.
Okay. I don't know. David, you pretty much coined the term focusing on the woke, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on what is called the woke right, which is a growing phenomenon, or at least it's very loud, right? Numbers it's debatable.
Yeah, I think the woke right is a real concern. I'm glad that James Lindsay's with us and has talked a lot about that. And we're seeing anti-Semitism come from different directions, and it's very disconcerting. We've talked a little bit about the influence of Qatar and Muslim Brotherhood on our discourse. We've talked about the woke left and the oppressor press narrative that is spread in our institutions. And now we have this other force on the right. What I don't think we've really given enough thought to, and if we don't think about it carefully and clearly, we're not going to know what the proper strategy is what I call institutional capture. In other words, we have been outflanked, outsmarted, and outorganized by a bunch of left-wing ideologues who have insinuated themselves in our institutions, in our teachers' unions, in school boards, in NGOs and the like. And while we were sleeping, while we were fighting another fight, we were fighting to protect the U.S. relationship with Israel and Congress and the like, and we spent a lot of time and capital on all that, and we allowed upstream from that these really extreme forces, the kind of people who celebrated what happened on October 7th. They are now in our institutions. And when we understand that they have a monopoly very often in these places, then we have to understand what our options are. The tools that we have in our toolbox, like deaf diplomacy, like education, which are at the core of how we think and what we do, are not going to rise to the occasion in this environment. We're going to have to understand that we either need to strengthen our place in these institutions, wherever it is, strengthen our place, or we need to weaken the institutions themselves, one or the other or both. And I think that's really how we have to sort of pivot in our thinking and our strategy in this day and age, whether we're dealing with the woke right or the woke left or radical Islam.
Okay, so we have like 2 minutes. I want every one of you, we'll go in order of the way you're sitting. What should we be doing in like a sentence? Like what should, Minister Shikli is here, tell him what to do. Well, you could start. We're starting with the Jews.
With the Jews again?
I don't know.
I may be naive, but I believe that the truth prevails over the lies.
Amen.
We need to share our truth, the truth about it's not about Israel. We and the West are allies here. We are fighting the same fight. It must be clear to everyone. And if we fight together, as the brave Israelis are fighting, as the brave Iranians are fighting, those who fight for their freedom and their values, I believe, will prevail.
Thank you. Natasha.
Well, the incredible valor and victories that we have seen on the 7 kinetic fronts of this war have been inspirational. You are the army for the 8th front. And I would ask the minister to continue his work in building up that army and arming them, giving them the ammunition, which is the truth. I also, naive as it may be, believe the truth will out. The truth, the law, the facts, and the moral high ground are all on the side of the Jewish state and the Jewish people. And the key allies that we have around the world recognize that. Ultimately, once people realize they have been lied to, and once they realize they are next, I anticipate the messages that we have been discussing throughout this conference will be a lot better able to get through, and that's going to be the critical point.
Thank you, Dominique.
Thank you. My life motto is be like Poland. 0 illegal migrants. This is my political motto. I tell you why.
I think the minister will agree with you.
And I tell you why this is an advice to everyone who's watching us. Because in Europe, but not only in Europe, media are pushing you. Be good, take migrants, they are refugees. 0, not even 1. Be brave, be like Poland, and never apologize.
So
Minister, you know
since
that.
I'm the media,
never apologize,
since I'm the
never
media,
back down.
now I'm gonna silence it. Okay.
Well, what can I say? Be like Poland, yes. Or
We didn't let anyone, even one. And there's no
Be
terrorist
like
attacks.
Poland.
0 terrorist attacks, 0.
But you could also say, Minister Shikli, be like Israel.
right.
Maybe that is a slogan that we should start using in Europe as well. And I have a personal bond with this country, and I love it here. I feel so at home. I call it my second home. But when people ask me here, outside here in the lobby, what do you see for the future of Europe? Do you think Europe will survive? Do you think Belgium will survive? And then I say, yeah, well, 2 days ago, Hamas said thank you to the Belgian government. Thank you. Because the Belgian government doesn't allow Israeli airplanes to fly over Belgium with equipment, military equipment. Yeah. Well, and that says it all, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With this type of governments, we will lose. We will lose our society. And what will be the end game? The end game will be that all Jews in Antwerp, where I live, in Brussels, will be replaced by Muslims. And that is my biggest fear. That is why I'm fighting every day inside and outside
Thank you
Parliament.
so much. And finally, David.
Yeah. We have to leverage where we're strong to where we're weak. We have to use our incredible AI capabilities to figure out what the bad guys are after. We have to then expose them in the media, and then we have to then share that with elected officials and others who are on our side and get them to help us root out this insidious effects on our institutions.
Perfect, thank you. I'll just add in one sentence, I think, we need all the allies we can get. And sometimes people try and alienate our allies, and there could be new allies, and we have to adapt ourselves to it. So thank you very much to all of you, and have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zvika Klein, David Bernstein, Dr. Eli David, Natasha Hausdorff, MEP Tratzitsky, and MP Van Rooij. Before inviting Dr. Yoram Chazoni to the stage, I would like to share that following the lunch break, we will return with compelling, inspiring content. Joining us later today will be Dr. Gad Saad, Mr. Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of Austria, a fascinating panel on anti-Semitism on social media, and a special interview with Dinesh D'Souza. And now, Dr. Chazoni, president of the Herzl Institute and chairman of the Edmund Burke Foundation, is one of the most influential intellectual voices in contemporary political and philosophical discourse. His contributions to understanding nationalism, sovereignty, and liberty shape public debate in Israel and around the world. We thank him for his participation and are honored to invite him to deliver his remarks.
It says good morning, but it's actually afternoon already. Good afternoon. I'd like to say a few words today about the place of Jews and of anti-Semites in the Republican Party in America. The subject is pressing because since October 2023, their rivals, the Democrats, have largely made their peace with the anti-Jewish hatred of the neo-Marxists and Muslim Brotherhood supporters in their party. In fact, the influence of anti-Semites on the American left has become so blatant and so ubiquitous that most of my American Jewish friends have concluded that Jews have no future in the Democratic Party of Zoran Mamdani and Ilhan Omar. And if the Republicans were to go down this same road, it's not clear what will be left of Jewish life in America. Over the past 18 months, the possibility that the Republicans too would embrace anti-Semitism has become all too real, with some of the most influential podcasts on the political right transforming themselves into platforms for relentless anti-Jewish messaging, not just arguing against Israeli policies towards Gaza or Iran, but for the explicit and savage targeting of Jews, Judaism, and Zionism on a regular basis. And so the question has been asked, and it's been asked loudly and combatively by some of you here over the past 6 months, do these shows represent the future of the Republican Party? The Trump administration and its allies have been blindsided by these podcasts and by the Jewish outrage over them. For months, they largely failed to respond. But in recent weeks, the Trump administration has stepped in to impose order. On January 11th, President Trump took the clearest possible stance against anti-Semitism in his political coalition. Asked by the New York Times if he condemns anti-Semitism on the right, he said, certainly. And then he added, I don't think we need them. I don't think we like them. But then on January 16th, President Trump met with Tucker Carlson for lunch at the White House, which also arranged to have Tucker photographed together with Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. And finally, on January 19th, Tucker aired a show in which he said some kind things about two Jews sympathetic to the administration, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller and myself. And then he concluded by saying, that's why I would never be anti-Semitic. You can't generalize. Now, these events are obviously choreographed to put an end to 6 months of nightmarish infighting on the political right, which makes sense. The Republicans are facing tough midterm elections in November, and they don't want to lose Congress over anti-Semitism. The problem is that by now, not too many Jews are likely to accept Tucker's disavowal of anti-Semitism at face value. Why? Because for the last 18 months, Tucker's interview show has become a circus of aggressive anti-Jewish propaganda. Anti-Semites know that you can tune into Tucker's show if you want to hear the Jews are a demonic force in history. The Jews have a plan to systematically destroy every Christian community in the Middle East. The Jews control the American government. The Jews shot Kennedy. The Jews propped up Winston Churchill financially so he could start an unnecessary war with Hitler. That the Jewish Bible is about revenge and genocide and doesn't teach us to be gracious to one another. That Christians who think Jews are God's chosen people aren't Christians at all, but heretics, and so on. There's much more of this, but you get the picture. These aren't normal political messages disagreeing with other members of the Trump coalition on legitimate policy issues. They're abusive, wild slanders, and their repeated appearance on Tucker's show has persuaded almost every Jew I know that the program's actual purpose is to drive Jews, along with tens of millions of Zionist Christians, out of the Trump coalition and out of the Republican Party. And if that's not anti-Semitism, then what is? For at least 6 months, Jews and Zionist Christians have been saying that Tucker is one of the leading promoters of anti-Semitic propaganda in our time, and that for this reason he shouldn't be treated as a partner in good standing in the Trump coalition. They said this to Charlie Kirk, they said this to Kevin Roberts, and they've been saying it to the Trump administration. So how's this effort to distance Tucker from power and influence in the Republican Party going? Judging by President Trump and Secretary Rubio's photo op with Tucker in the White House 2 weeks ago, I'd say it's been a total failure. How do we explain this defeat? Well, one possibility is that Tucker's just too powerful. No one's going to touch him politically right now. Tucker is an influential supporter of the Republican Party. The Republicans need him to win elections, and that's just the way it's going to be. A second possibility is that Jews and Christian Zionists are just too weak in Republican circles to take him down a notch politically. A lot of people have the idea that Jews are connected all over the place in the Republican Party, but maybe that view is not exactly right. I'll come back to this point in a moment. A third possibility is that Jews and Zionist Christians have plenty of connections in the Republican Party, but that the case against Tucker over the last 6 months just wasn't presented in a way that was professional, serious, and competent enough to be persuasive. Sure, many of you think that Tucker is a leading promoter of anti-Semitism and that the Trump movement should just ditch him. But that's obviously not what President Trump thinks about Tucker, who did extraordinary work building up the Trump movement over his 7 years as host on Fox News. And on top of that, Tucker is a very smart, passionate, and very likable man when you meet him in person. I had lunch with him once, years ago, and I thought he was great. I invited him to NatCon 1, and he gave one of the best speeches that we've ever hosted. And Tucker has been saying, as clear as the day, that he is not an anti-Semite. Now, if you think otherwise, you're going to have to convince people. You have to make your case in a persuasive way to people who don't spend a whole lot of time watching podcasts. Have Tucker's critics done that? Well, if they have, where's the 15-minute explainer video that I could show to my friends on the political right in Washington, which proves this very serious accusation against Tucker. Where's the carefully assembled research with links and dates and timestamps that could convince an impartial public figure who is open to being convinced? Where is it? The answer is there is no such 15-minute explainer video. There is no such serious research. They don't exist because for some reason, there seem to be no Jews or Zionist Christians who think it's their job to produce such things. Or if there are people who think it's their job, they haven't circulated anything of the sort, not to me or to anyone else in Washington who's in a position to do anything with it. This is an extremely high level of incompetence by the entire anti-Semitism industrial complex, some of whose representatives are sitting right here in this room. Maybe some of you think you were persuasively fighting anti-Semitism over the last 6 months, but the unfortunate truth is that you were not. Let's go back to the question of how well-positioned Jews and Zionist Christians are to have a say in the Republican Party today. Right now, the party is divided into 3 wings. First, there's what I'll call the liberal wing of the Republican Party, which is led by figures such as Lindsey Graham, Mike Pompeo, Ted Cruz. This liberal wing once dominated the Republican Party, but since 2016, it's been shrinking. And it's unlikely that a candidate with liberal Republican views would win the support of more than 25% of the party's primary voters today. Second, there's the nationalist wing of the Republican Party, as represented by President Trump, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Pete Hegseth. This camp is distinguished from liberal Republicans by its support for an industrial policy to restore America's manufacturing capabilities, its outspoken rejection of compromise on immigration issues, and its skepticism of long foreign wars. The nationalist camp today represents the great majority in the Republican Party, with a likely vote share of 65% or even higher in a contested primary. And finally, there's the alt-right, the alternative right, which was mostly a fringe phenomenon until 2023, when big-name public figures Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens moved into this space. Still, it's unlikely that more than 10% of Republican voters would support a presidential candidate with alt-right views. As you know, liberal Republicans are very supportive of Jews, Judaism, and Israel these days. We should thank them for it. Whereas the alt-right is strongly anti-Semitic now. That leaves the nationalist wing, which has been pretty quiet on these issues over the last 6 months, leaving the whole noisy shooting match to be fought out between the liberal wing of the party and the alt-right. So it's been Mark Levin or Ted Cruz, for example, dishing it out and taking it from Tucker Carlson week after week, month after month. However, the struggle for the soul of the Republican Party is not taking place in these overheated, firing squad-style online confrontations between the liberal Republicans and the alt-right. The actual battle over the future of Jews in the Republican Party is taking place where the majority is, within the big nationalist camp at the center of the party. Now, many Jews, including some Israelis, mistake the online fights for political reality. And so you get all these Jews jumping on the bandwagon and amplifying the rhetoric and arguments coming out of the liberal Republican camp. They think that by retweeting Mark Levin, they're somehow fighting anti-Semitism. But they aren't doing anything of the kind. And that's because nationalist Republicans aren't too inclined to trust the arguments and rhetoric of the liberal camp on too many issues, including this one. In fact, most nationalist Republicans still remember how liberals spent 10 years falsely accusing President Trump of anti-Semitism. And so it's not surprising that they find the overheated rhetoric coming out of the liberal camp on the subject of anti-Semitism to be bellicose, alarmist, and unconvincing. For example, most nationalist Republicans don't think America today is anything like 1930s Germany. They don't see any Nazi party in America poised on the threshold of victory. And for that reason, they don't jump to deplore the agitprop of right-wing podcasters the way liberal Republicans would like them to. And when they don't, this drives liberal Republicans, both Jews and non-Jews, to start misbehaving. They start lashing out at nationalists, accusing them of being anti-Semites or protecting Nazis or being Nazis. I've heard all of this with my own ears. It's a disgrace. And if the goal is to persuade Trump's nationalists to build an alliance with Jews on these and other issues, it's also counterproductive. In 1999, I invited Irving Kristol to deliver a public lecture in Jerusalem. His topic was the political stupidity of the Jews. His thesis was that because Jews don't have a living tradition of thinking about political power, we tend to respond to political situations by pronouncing moral judgments, as if pronouncing moral judgments in an agitated way was going to win us friends in high places. What we've seen over the last 6 months is a textbook case of the same political stupidity of the Jews that Kristol described. It's clear who's in charge of the Republican Party. The nationalists are in charge, and they may be in charge for a generation or more. Given this fact, what would Jews and Zionist Christians be doing right now if they were thinking politically and were willing to fight anti-Semitism using political tools? In short, what would Mordecai and Esther do? First, they'd be doing everything they can to understand how nationalist Republicans think, what they care about, what's important to them. Second, they'd be looking for ways in which Jewish interests can be the basis for common ground with nationalist Republicans. Third, they'd be looking for ways to build bridges and friendships and rock-solid mutually beneficial alliances with nationalist Republicans. But that simply is not what's been happening. Mostly what Jews and Zionist Christians have been doing for the past 6 months is sitting outside the nationalist camp, looking in from a distance through the distorting medium of tendentious leaks and conspiracy theories, which certain liberal publications regularly publish with the aim of hurting the Republican Party as much as they can. It's absurd, but a lot of Jewish Republicans and Israeli Likudniks buy into this rubbish. Why? Because it's a lot easier to believe whatever you read in Jewish Insider, allowing yourself to become a tool in the hands of the left, than it is to do the difficult political work of opening doors and building bridges to the American nationalist camp. What would you find if you actually invested the time and effort and opened those doors? Well, mostly, you'd discover that nationalist Republicans are not anti-Semites, that they're strongly committed to having Jews in their coalition, that they'd like to have closer relations with the Jewish community, that many of them see Israel as an inspiration and wish America were more like Israel. In short, you discover that most of them are potential friends and allies. And you discover that nearly all of them are mystified as to why so many Jews and Zionist Christians invest so much time and energy attacking them instead of trying to build strong friendships with them. At this point, we know that much of what was done in the name of fighting anti-Semitism in America in the last 50 years was a complete failure. None of it prevented the takeover of the Democratic Party by anti-Jewish movements. None of it appears to be helping in the present battle over the place of Jews in the Republican Party either. But the good news is that the future relationship between nationalist Republicans and Jews hasn't been decided yet, which means we're looking at a truly historic opportunity. The opportunity to build bridges and a potentially solid alliance with the dominant nationalist camp in the Republican Party, which could stand for a generation or more. Finding common ground with nationalist Republicans is the most important thing we could be doing to actually fight anti-Semitism in America. And if we do that well, then maybe we have a shot at pushing anti-Semitism back into the embarrassing irrelevance that it so richly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santiago Abascal, and thank you to the members of Parliament who have come from across Europe to be with us today. And now we thank Dr. Gad Saad for coming to Israel with his family and agreeing to speak with us before the publication of his upcoming book, Suicidal Empathy, Dying to Be Kind. Dr. Saad, please.
Hello, everybody. Glad to see you all here. So today what I thought I would do is explain how Jew hatred is akin to a latent virus. A latent virus is one that can infect a human being, but then it could lay dormant for many, many years, and there is something that triggers its resurgence. So for example, for many of you who are in your 50s or 60s, you've heard about the shingles virus. The shingles virus lays dormant in you, and then when you're in your middle age, it could flare up and cause some serious complications. And so I'd like to demonstrate how, in my own life, I've experienced the shingles virus of Jew hatred, first beginning in the Middle East, in Lebanon, and continuing in Montreal, Canada. But between those two periods, from the 1970s to more recently, the shingles virus of Jew hatred lay dormant for many, many years, but now it is so flaring up that I long for the warm days of the Lebanese Civil War, given some of the realities that I face in Montreal. So let's begin with my background. I was born in, by the way, usually if I didn't have an injury, I would be walking everywhere. I'm a very animated speaker, so you'll forgive me if I'm a bit more restrained in my movements. I was born in Beirut, Lebanon. We were part of the last generation, last group of Lebanese Jews that had steadfastly refused to leave Lebanon. And this is exactly where the shingles virus is a really apt metaphor, because people say, well, but you had a great life in Lebanon. Well, yes, we had a great life until we had to put on running shoes and run really fast to avoid being executed. That said, though, even though Lebanon was referred to as colloquially as the Paris of the Middle East, it wasn't as tolerant as you would think. So let me give you some examples of the tolerance that we faced in Lebanon. In 1970, when I was 5 years old, Gamal Abdel Nasser, the Pan-Arabist president of Egypt, had just passed away. And he was revered in much of the Arab world. And as often happens in the Middle East, when somebody dies, people take to the street and they do all these big lamentations. As they were proceeding down my street, thousands of them, what's the thing that they were singing or screaming? Death to Jews in Arabic. And as a 5-year-old, I was confused. I turned to my mother, why are they singing death to Jews because some guy died in Egypt? She said, just keep quiet, put your head down. So that was my first experience of Jew hatred in tolerant, progressive Lebanon. Fast forward to about 2 years before the Civil War, our teacher asked us to each get up and say what we wish to be when we grow up. I want to be a policeman, I want to be a nurse, I want to be a soccer player. And a kid gets up and says, when I grow up, I want to be a Jew killer, to everybody's applause and laughter. My brother David, who's 10 years older than me, was the Lebanese judo champion for several years in a row. And that brings great shame in Lebanon for a Jewish guy to be constantly winning all these athletic competitions. And so he was approached by some men. This is before the start of the Civil War. He was approached by some men who told him that it was time for him to retire, lest he may face some unfortunate accident. And he ended up leaving Lebanon to pursue his career in Paris, France. This is before the Civil War. Now, in 1976, we had already emigrated to Montreal, Canada, and coincidentally, the Olympics that year happened in Montreal. It was the 1976 Montreal Olympics, and my brother ended up representing Lebanon in the 1976 Montreal Olympics. So the same Jewish guy who in 1973 had to leave Lebanon because he suffered from the dreadful disease of being Jewish, we could forgive the fact that he's Jewish once he represents Lebanon. That's what we mean in progressive Paris of the Middle East. On one of their return trips to Lebanon, my parents in 1980 were kidnapped by Abu Nidal's group, Fatah. And so many of the tragic stories that, of course, we all heard about post-October 7th is what my childhood was like in progressive, tolerant Lebanon. So this is the sort of world that I come from. I'll just mention one quick story and then I'll move to the present Jew hatred that I have faced. As we left the Beirut International Airport, to emigrate to Canada. And as the pilot gave an alert that we were now outside of the Lebanese airspace, my mother takes out a Star of David, puts it around my neck, and says, now you could wear this, not hide your identity, and be proud of who you are. Now hold that thought, because 45 plus years later, about 2 weeks after October 7th, my son had just returned from a soccer match in Montreal, in the east end of Montreal, where there's a particular prevalence of a particular demographic group. And as he picked me up with my wife, he said to me, Daddy, if you had come to watch me play soccer where I played today, and if you were wearing a Star of David, you'd be dead. So in 1975, I left Lebanon so that I can finally wear a Star of David. And in 2023, I better take off a Star of David. And yesterday, as a symbolic gesture, we went to the Jerusalem Souk and I bought a Star of David from Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense also of my more ancestral family in terms of Jew hatred, some of my grandparents escaped Syria because of Jew hatred. We escaped Lebanon because of Jew hatred. My brother-in-law's family are Alexandrian Jews. They escaped Egypt in the 50s because of Jew hatred. My wife's family, their ancestors escaped the Armenian genocide. Their family too also left Lebanon. So within my own family's narrative and that of my wife, we've ran away from Turkey, from Syria, from Lebanon, from Egypt. But then we had finally made it to Canada. And for the next 25, 30 years, there'd be little peppering of minor Jew hatred, but it was generally a good place to live. But then in around 1998, late 90s, I started noticing what I colloquially and satirically refer to as freedom veils. Those are the wonderful, noble, emancipatory, sartorial designs that Islamic women wear. And the first woman I saw, I thought, okay, that seems okay. But from 1998 till today, if I walk out of my house, 30, 40, 50% of the women that I'll come across will be veiled. But what's the big deal, Professor Saad? It's just an exotic headscarf. No, there's a meaning to that headscarf. And you don't have to be a fancy professor to predict that demography is destiny and things are going to go bad for Jews once certain other ideologies take over. My home university is at Concordia University, for those of you who may have heard of it. It's the university that canceled Prime Minister Netanyahu in 2002. Before it was cool to be canceled, he was canceled 24 years ago. My university has been referred to as Gaza University for 25 years. So imagine a public figure such as myself who really doesn't mince words in my defense of the Jewish people, my defense of Israel, my antipathy towards many of the canons of Islam, now having to walk on campus to lecture. Well, it was no longer possible. So in the 21st century, a professor, a Jewish professor in Montreal, Canada, has to take a leave. I'm now on a 2-year leave, but it might, inshallah, become a permanent resignation soon. I'm on a leave because it's too dangerous for me to be at Concordia. So that gives you a bit of the type of Jew hatred that unfortunately I've had and my family has had to face. But now what I'd like to do is quickly shift to some of the psychological reasons why Jew hatred is so alluring to the architecture of the human mind. Of course, we could talk about theological-based Jew hatred in Christianity or in Islam. We can talk about the far right having Jew hatred in their heart and so on. But I'd like to talk about other forms of Jew hatred and why they exist, which you may not be familiar with. The first type of Jew hatred that I'm going to talk about is arguably the one that I detest the most, and that's the self-loathing Jew who hates Jews and who takes positions that are perfectly suicidal, hence suicidal empathy. And for those of you who are familiar with my work, or maybe those who are not, you'll learn here, I refer to such Jews as wood cricket Jews. And why do I refer to them as wood cricket Jews? This comes from the field of neuroparasitology. A wood cricket is an insect that detests water. It wants nothing to do with water. But when it is parasitized by a hairworm, it's a brainworm, the hairworm needs the wood cricket to jump into water, happily commit suicide, in order for the hairworm to complete its reproductive cycle. So the hairworm has literally hijacked the brain of this animal to suit its reproductive interest. Well, hashtag Queers for Palestine are the ultimate wood crickets. Gabor Mate, the degenerate imbecile, is the perfect example of a wood cricket. Because Gabor Mate, as I explained in my lecture in Tel Aviv a few days ago, for those of you who don't know who he is, he's an addiction specialist in Canada who basically says that I have been a Holocaust survivor, because that way he's got the credentials, the experiential credentials to prepare you for what he's about to say. By the way, his Holocaust survivor story is that when he was 6 months old, he was given to a Christian family to be protected. Well, 6 months old babies cannot consciously survive anything. They're not cognizant of what's happening to them. But he uses that to then say, I'm Jewish, I went through the Holocaust, and I'm here to tell you that the Nazis are nothing compared to how Nazi-like the Israeli state is. But had Gabor Mate, the wood cricket, been at the Nova Festival, and had he been kidnapped, I think that he would be praying for those Nazi IDF soldiers to come and rescue him. That's what a wood cricket is. And the world that I inhabit, which is the university ecosystem, is laden with wood crickets. Not only Jewish wood crickets, but oftentimes academics tend to be very much on the left, and being on the left is more likely to cause you to become a wood cricket. For those of you who don't know the famous novella by Franz Kafka, who was himself a Jewish author from the Czech Republic, he wrote a great novella called The Metamorphosis, where a guy wakes up one day and he's an insect. And now his family has to interact with him, no longer recognizing that he's a human being, but an insect. Well, I'm here to tell you that 100+ years after Franz Kafka's famous book, academia is filled with nothing but wood crickets. Second point about some of the psychological reasons why Jew hatred will regrettably maybe never go away. Well, there's something in psychology called the self-serving bias. The self-serving bias is how we attribute successes and failures in our lives. Most people attribute successes internally, right? I did well in my business because I'm a smart entrepreneur. It's because of my talents that I did well. And we attribute failures externally. I did poorly in my business because customers are too dumb to understand my brilliance, right? And that's a way to protect yourself as you go through life. Well, imagine if you can always find the ultimate external culprit for all of your individual and collective failings, right? And it's the Jew. Why did I not make it as an actor? Well, because it's the Jews that control Hollywood. Why is it that I didn't get a mortgage for my house? Who controls the banks? It's the Jews. By the way, did you know that in 2010, very close to here, in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, there were some shark attacks? Well, the wonderful Egyptian mukhabarat, which like the intelligence services, concluded that those sharks were Zionist sharks. This is not a joke. You can go and find it. 2010 Sharm el-Sheikh attacks, Jew sharks, because the Jew sharks would then damage the tourism industry of Egypt. This is what I call 6 degrees of Jew. For any calamity around the world, I give you up to 6 causal links to explain why it's the Jews' fault. So if an Amazon If a frog in the Amazon dies, you've got 6 steps. How do we blame it on Mordechai? I will end because I'm looking that time is up, although they told me I could go a bit longer. Thomas Sowell, for those of you who don't know who that is he's still alive. He's 95 years old. He's a fantastic economist. He is the model of what professors should be like, but he so hated academia that in the early 80s he said, I'm out of here. He became a fellow at the Hoover Institution. I've been petitioning behind doors for him to get the Presidential Freedom Medal from President Trump. Well, Thomas Sowell was once asked, what's it going to take, Professor Sowell, for the Jews to no longer be hated? And he paused and he gave one of the most brilliant one-word answers. He said, fail. In other words, for people to stop hating the Jews, we need to fail. And I'm here to tell you, regrettably, that we shall always be hated because we shall always persevere and we shall always win. Thank you so much. Cheers. Can I just hold this for a second? Sorry, guys. There was a day when I used to be a very fast soccer player. No longer true.
Thank you very much to Dr. Gad Saad. And now it is my great honor to call upon the stage Senator Flavio Bolsonaro, the senator for Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and a great friend of Israel. Senator, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Minister Amihai Shikli. It's a great honor to be here. Thank you so much for your words yesterday. May God make them real in a very close future. Ladies and gentlemen, authorities, representatives of free nations, friends of Israel, Brazilian Jewish community, Brazil and Israel share a long and honorable history. In 1947, a Brazilian diplomat, Oswaldo Aranha, led the United Nations General Assembly and helped make possible the vote that created the State of Israel. Brazil recognized Israel soon after its independence. For many decades, our countries worked together as democratic nations in diplomacy, farming, technology, security, and innovation. This friendship was based on shared values, freedom, democracy, and respect for life. This historic bond was clearly defended under President Jair Bolsonaro. As president, Bolsonaro left no doubt he stood with Israel in international forums. He made cooperation between our countries stronger. And he made one thing very clear. Brazil stood with Israel against terrorism, with no excuses and no double standards. Sadly, this legacy was broken. Today, anti-Semitism is not a small issue. It's not only part of history. It's a real and growing global threat. History teaches us that anti-Semitism rarely shows its face clearly. It changes, it hides, it uses new words. Today, it often calls itself anti-Zionism, but the goal is the same: to deny the Jewish people what every other nation has, the right to have their own state, dignity, and security.
there is only one Jewish state in the world. To deny its right to exist is not political debate, it's discrimination. The attacks of October 7th showed this truth very, very clear. The world saw barbarism live, and yet in many places there was no anger, there was no support, there was silence, and in some cases, support for terror. Sadly, Brazil became one of those cases. Under President Lula, Brazil's policy suffered a deep moral failure. Let me be very clear. Lula is anti-Semitic. This is not a slogan. This is not exaggeration. This is based on his ideas, his advisors, his words, and his actions. The main designer of Lula's international policy, his top advisor, Celso Amorim, wrote the preface of a book that praises Hamas and presents it as a normal political group. Hamas is not a resistance group. Hamas is a terrorist organization, the same group that killed innocent Israeli families on October 7th. This shows that what we see today is not an accident. It's not a mistake. It's an ideology. And this ideology does not stay on paper. It becomes government action. In early 2023, the Brazilian government allowed Iranian warships from a regime that openly calls for the destruction of Israel to enter a Brazilian port. After the Hamas massacre of October 7th, while Israel was still mourning its dead, Lula rushed to accuse Israel of acting in a violent and unfair way. When Brazil citizens left Gaza in November 2023, Lula used that moment not to condemn Hamas, but to attack Israel. From 2023 on, Brazil voted again and again against Israel at the United Nations and other international bodies. In February 2024, Lula crossed a moral line by comparing Israel's actions to the Holocaust, an anti-Semitic statement that insulted the Jewish people and minimized the worst crime in history. Brazil then called back its ambassador from Israel, stopped military cooperation with Israeli companies, supported false genocide claims against Israel in international courts, and refused to approve a new Israel ambassador. These are no single mistakes. They form a clear and intentional partner. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak today not only as a senator, but as a candidate for president of Brazil. Thank you. My father, Jair Bolsonaro, is today in prison because of political persecution, not justice. But ideas cannot be locked away, and truth cannot be silenced. I'm running for president because Brazil needs a moral and strategic reset. In this new moment for Latin America, the United States, together with responsible democracies, has helped build a new model of international cooperation. We already have real examples of this new path. The Isaac Accords, led by the great Argentine president Javier Milei, are a historic step forward. They strengthen diplomatic, economic, and institutional ties between Israel and Latin America democracies. And let me say this clearly, here and before history. If it depends on me, Brazil will officially sign the Isaac Accords in January 2027. We must also recognize the strong cooperation between United States and Paraguay in the fight against terrorism and drug crime in the three-border region, an area long used to fund extremist groups. This shows a basic truth. To fight terrorism, we need countries working together, shared intelligence, and moral clarity. Brazil cannot stay silent. Brazil must choose a side. In this global fight, Israel stands on the front line of democracy against barbarism. Let this be said clearly. Brazil must stand with Israel, with the Jewish people, with democracies that fight terror without excuse. History is watching, and history does not forgive those who stay silent. God will, the next Brazilian president will not be persona non grata in Israel. May God bless Israel. May God bless Brazil. Toda Rabá.
Thank you very much, Senator. You inspire us. And before we continue, I want to give you just a little peek into what is still waiting for you today at the conference. A speech from U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee and a one-on-one with Dinesh D'Souza up later today. You won't want to miss it. And now, Mr. Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of Austria, led a historic reconciliation between Israel and Austria. More than that, he acknowledged Austria's historical responsibility and advanced a genuine process of reconciliation based on truth, education, and moral commitment. I am especially proud to invite Dr. Ronen Chauval, head of the Allgemein Institute, to lead the conversation with Mr. Sebastian Kurz, former Chancellor of Austria.
What an honor. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Mr. Minister. It's an honor to be here. It's always a pleasure to see you, but it's an honor to be here at this amazing conference. I'm so happy to see so many friends of Israel here in Jerusalem, and I have a lot of hope after this speech for the future of Brazil as well.
So what does it mean actually for you to speak here in Jerusalem about anti-Semitism?
Well, first of all, it's always special for me to be in Jerusalem. It's a special place, a special city for the Jews, but also for me as a Catholic. Of course, Jerusalem is something important and very special. So I don't come here regularly, but I always enjoy being here. What most people, I guess, don't know is that after I left politics, I started together with an Israeli company in Tel Aviv. So I come every month to Tel Aviv since I left politics. So I'm quite close to Israel in my new life. But unfortunately, not that often to Jerusalem. But coming here is always amazing. And being at a conference like this, where so many people are united in their fight for Israel, in their fight against anti-Semitism, that is something I enjoy a lot, and it's a great honor to be here. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for inviting me.
So, you know, we have a small connection, family connection. So in 2018, you made a special event in Austria for 80 years for Kristallnacht. And you have invited the grandpa of my wife, who is a Holocaust survivor from Vienna, for a conversation, and I showed you the picture before. And what I learned from his experience with you, it's not just a talking point of a politician for you, it's something from your heart. So what is your personal connection? Why do you feel about it? Not only doing something about it, but feel it from your heart. What's there?
To be honest, after so many years, it's probably difficult to say, but I think my first real experience was at school when we had the honor to meet two Holocaust survivors who told us their stories, what they went through, what their families went through. And if you are 16 or 17 years old, if you're Austrian and you're at school and you meet two Holocaust survivors talking about what they had to go through during the Nazi regime, it felt very unpleasant. It's not something positive. It's difficult for a young 16, 17-year-old person to like understand. Yeah, it's difficult to realize. It's difficult to listen. So it was a very tough few hours, the conversation with these two people, but at the same time, of course, it was very touching to me. And so a few years later, when I started to get involved politically and when I became the head of the Conservative Youth Organization, I always had the feeling, being active in politics now, that there is a historic responsibility for our whole country, but also for every individual like me being active in politics. And this is the reason why when I became State Secretary for Integration, I started to strongly support the Jewish community in Austria, the Jewish life. I started programs to fight anti-Semitism, and of course I always tried to be supportive to the State of Israel. And this event was something very special also for me, because of course if you come from a country where so many people were killed and so many people had to leave the country because of the Nazi regime, it's not easy to find an appropriate way to reach out to people who lived in Austria but had to flee in these days. And we thought it might be a good step to invite those people who were still alive and show them how Austria looks today, that like the country has changed, that politics have changed, and that there are many people like me who are strong supporters of Israel. And to be honest, we were all very nervous before that day because we didn't know what the reactions would be, and we didn't know like how people would react that have probably been never again in their home country. And to be honest, we were overwhelmed by these positive reactions, because despite all that, which is impossible to imagine, these people had to go through, they all had still something positive or a positive connection with Austria. So plenty of them told me about positive childhood. They told me where they lived, where they grew up. They showed me the places in the city which they knew. Some of them showed me old photos. So it was a very touching day, and I'm very thankful that also people from your family were there in this day.
You say, though, that Europe has changed. And when we are looking right now towards the future, when we analyze what's happening right now in Europe, the question is, did it really change, or does Jews have a future in Europe?
There has to be a future for Jews in Europe, because without Jews, Europe would not be the same. That's why I will always be a strong fighter against anti-Semitism, and will try my best that all Jews in Austria, but also in Europe, can feel safe and can feel home there. But you're absolutely right. The last few years have changed things in a very negative way. I think there was always some kind of anti-Semitism from the past, but I think we were very successful in fighting it. But the problem that I see today is that you have a totally different phenomenon. You have a lot of newly imported anti-Semitism, and these mainly radical Islamist anti-Semites from other parts of the world, they join forces with some crazy leftists in Europe. And this is a totally new phenomenon that we have to face, but it's a very dangerous one. And
So how do we break this green-red alliance? What's the strategy here?
Well, I think it's not easy to break it immediately, but I think it's important that we fight it. It's important that we don't look the other way. And I think it's also important that that we make clear that in a country where you have freedom of speech and of course where everybody can have his opinion, that doesn't mean that anti-Semitism is okay. And I think the best way to fight this is to show how ridiculous this new alignment is between radical Islamists on one hand and groups like Queer for Palestine on the other hand. It's really a ridiculous combination, and I'm very happy that there are today many people from the center-right, that there are many politicians in Europe, that there are many intellectuals, like we heard the professor before, who are fighting these new forms of anti-Semitism, because I think even if the group has become bigger and even if it's sometimes tough, it's an important fight, and I'm very committed to that.
Amazing. So, you live in politics and decided to build a new startup. Why Israel?
I left politics 4 years ago, and
well, we all hope that you one day.
I pretty much enjoy the life in private sector now, but so I left politics 4 years ago, and at the beginning I worked like most former politicians as an advisor, but then I wanted to do something more entrepreneurial, so I traveled around and thought I should look for people that could be good partners to start something. I went to a few places in the US, and I also thought it might be a good idea to go to Tel Aviv. There, thanks God, I met by accident Shalef Julio, who has a strong track record in the cyber field in Tel Aviv. And I kind of liked him so much that after spending some time with him, I told him, look, I would love to do something together with you, not offensive cyber, not NSO, but if you want to do something else one day in your life, then please give me a call and let's do something together. Then I went home again, didn't hear from him for a few weeks, so I didn't expect a lot. But then a few months later, he left his previous company, and I was literally the first one whom he called, and he asked me, do you still want to do something together? And I said, of course. So I traveled to Tel Aviv again. It took us a while, and then we figured out that probably the best idea would be to take all the knowledge that he and people around him had from the offensive cyber and combine it with the superpower of AI in order to build solutions to protect states, but also nations and critical infrastructure. We started 3 years ago, now also moved to the sovereign AI field, and it has been an incredible journey. I'm happy to work with many Israelis. We have nearly 300 employees now, most of them here based in Tel Aviv, but also offices in Abu Dhabi and Vienna. And it's a great experience. I like it. At the beginning, culture-wise, we had some difficulties. We are close to the Germans, so for every meeting I was 15 minutes early. For every meeting he was at least 15 minutes late. So it took us a while, but I pretty much enjoy working with him and of course the team, and I'm very happy to be here once a month.
Sebastian Kurz, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ronen Chauval and Mr. Sebastian Kurz, who chose to come to Israel even for a brief visit to be with us today. And now we are honored to invite Mr. Jimmy Åkesson, leader of the Sweden Democrats, currently the second largest party in Sweden. Mr. Åkesson is courageous and clear political voice, unafraid to confront extremism, violence, and terrorism, even when doing so is unpopular. Member of Parliament Åkesson, the stage is yours.
אורחים נכבדים, Viroti Verabotai. Sorry. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, the poison of anti-Semitism is spreading across the world. Regardless of the time, regardless of the place, Jews are judged by dark forces whose message is as clear as it is evil. Jews should not be allowed to exist. Jews are judged not because of their behavior, not because of anything they have said or done, not even because of any decision they have made or position they have taken. They are judged just because of who they are. They are judged for their belonging, for their heritage, for their history. In some ways, anti-Semitism differs from other forms of racism. For example, anti-Semitism is often built around resentment, sometimes pure envy, while other forms of racism often are built on the opposite: pity, indifference, a sense of superiority of the perpetrator. For that reason, in the eyes of the political left, anti-Semitism is, to a greater extent than other forms of racism, accepted. At least in my country, Sweden. If the perpetrator is classified as weak and the victim as strong, then, according to this logic, it's not considered as bad. And that's a false claim. The victim doesn't care about its position in this kind of made-up political analysis. If there is one thing history should have taught us by now, it is how evil and dangerous anti-Semitism is. And we all know what that history contains. Unspeakably horrific crimes against humanity, the darkest of darkness the world has ever witnessed. That memory is forever a reminder of what savage cruelty human beings at our very worst are capable of. And now we see it again. We see it in the Middle East. We see it in the United States. We see it in Europe. We see it in Australia. We see it in every part of the world. We see it in my country. Growing up in Sweden, the country of Raoul Wallenberg, a country where anti-Semitism for a long time was a marginal phenomenon, something that was represented by a group of excluded, marginalized, forgotten young men, sometimes something that the rest of the society totally rejected. It's a frightening realization that this is no longer the case. Not because anti-Semitism no longer exists. On the contrary, it sadly exists more than ever. But because those who today stand for hatred, stand for the violence and persecution, they are no longer marginalized, forgotten young men. They are broad religious and cultural groups that have chosen to immigrate to our country. In Sweden's three biggest cities, Stockholm, Gothenburg, and Malmö, Jews are being harassed. Jews speak of fleeing, or not just speak of fleeing, they are fleeing and have been for a while, actually. Jews speak of increased fear and insecurity. We see hateful marches walk the streets, chanting "from the river to the sea" and other anti-Semitic messages. But nowhere in Sweden do I see similar marches against Hamas' horrific actions, against Israel, against the Jews, against Westerns in general, against all of us infidels. And that's a disgrace. It's a stain of shame that will be permanently etched into history books. And surrender to hatred is not an option. Let that be very clear and unquestionable. We can never and we will never give in. We can never, we shall never allow these servants of evil to take over and define our existence, not in Europe, not in Sweden, nor in Israel. They want to make us ashamed. They want to scare us. They want to make us obey, but they will not succeed. Despite many attempts throughout history, they never have and they never will succeed. My fellow friends of civilization and humanity, today, for the first time, I can announce that my party, the Sweden Democrats, will take the lead to reintroduce a Swedish national terror list in order to fight the funding of terrorism, as well as fighting horrific ideologies that don't belong in Sweden, don't belong in any civilized country. And the need for such a list emerged from the sad fact that the European Union is too weak and it's too indecisive to handle this matter. There is an EU terror list, yes, but it's far from effective and it's far from complete. Even if such a list, of course, will include all types of terror organizations, it's highly relevant for the topic of fighting anti-Semitism. Not the least since the two most urgent movements to ban via a Swedish terror list is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard of Iran and the Muslim Brotherhood. Both organizations, deeply anti-Semitic and dreadful organizations, we will address this proposal ahead of the upcoming election later this fall. The Sweden Democrats, my party, has for decades taken the strongest stand against Islamists and other extremists in Sweden, against those who spread their hatred against Jews, hatred against Western society. We stand in the front line. That means that we also support Israel's rights, not only when it's the fashion of today to do so. It's not always that popular among Swedish voters, actually. But my party has not made this choice to win votes. We have not made this stand because it makes us very popular among the shouting crowds in the streets of Stockholm. We have not made this choice because it's always easy. We have made it because it is right. It is morally correct. There is, for every good-hearted person, really no alternative. Human decency and respect for each other as human beings is not a choice. It's a duty for every decent person, for every political party, for every politician, and for every nation. For conservative nationalists like me and the Sweden Democrats, the support for Israel's right to exist and to defend itself against extremists and external threats, existential threats, that must be as obvious as it is fundamental. For me and my party, it surely is, not least because Sweden and Israel, unfortunately, I must say, share a long list of problems that are very similar. we have a lot to learn from each other. My political work will always be firmly grounded in the defense of democracy, the right to your own country, and the right to defend it. In times when Islamism, with its built-in anti-Semitism, fuels hatred and spreads its poison across the world, that defense is more important than ever. And we will firmly stand up against the plague of anti-Semitism. With us, Israel and the Jewish people around the world have a friend, a true friend who will never give in, never step back, never compromise on the values that makes us who we are. Thank you for the invitation to this important event and for giving me the opportunity to address this very important issue. Toda rabal ha-hazmana. Bial ha-hisdamnut. Lideber kan hayam al-nose. I can't really see the teleprompter, so sorry. But I have one more thing to say. Anachnu mamshimchim ishelachem. Was that okay? Thank you very much. We'll keep on fighting. We'll fight. Thank you.
That was a very impressive Hebrew, I must say. Thank you so much, Mr. Oxen. And now I invite you to watch a recorded greeting sent to us by Excellency Matteo Salvini, Prime Minister of Italy.
E dei trasporti. Ringrazio. Shalom, cari amici, un saluto a tutti voi da Roma, dal Ministero delle Infrastrutture e dei Trasporti. Ringrazio innanzitutto il Ministro Amihai Shikli, Ministro per gli affari della diaspora e per la lotta all'antisemitismo, per l'invito e soprattutto per aver promosso questa importante conferenza internazionale. Avrei voluto essere con voi di persona a Gerusalemme, ma diversi impegni legati ai Giochi Olimpici e Paralimpici invernali di Milano Cortina 2026 mi obbligano a essere sul territorio. Infatti il mio Ministero ha un ruolo fondamentale per la realizzazione delle opere e delle infrastrutture necessarie ai Giochi Olimpici e questi sono i giorni più importanti. Ci tengo con piacere a sottolineare che proprio ai Giochi Olimpici Milano-Cortina 2026 parteciperanno anche diversi atleti israeliani. Qualcuno purtroppo avrebbe voluto escluderli con boicottaggi e pressioni varie. Noi, e io in primis, invece abbiamo difeso e difenderemo sempre lo sport, la libertà e il diritto di Israele a esserci senza ambiguità e senza paura. Come dicevo, ci tenevo a farvi arrivare la mia vicinanza e il mio sostegno per il vostro appuntamento che per il terzo anno consecutivo riunisce centinaia di rappresentanti istituzionali, leader, responsabili di organizzazioni da tutto il mondo che saluto, con un obiettivo comune: contrastare l'antisemitismo sempre e comunque. Perché oggi più che mai siamo chiamati a una responsabilità chiara, non possiamo voltarci dall'altra parte. L'antisemitismo purtroppo non è solo un problema del passato, non è un fenomeno marginale, non è qualcosa che si può sottovalutare o ignorare. Al contrario, l'antisemitismo è una minaccia concreta che purtroppo cresce, si diffonde, contagia, spesso mascherandosi da odio politico o da propaganda e che raggiunge persone, famiglie, colpisce comunità, luoghi di culto e scuole, soprattutto colpisce la libertà e la dignità di tutti. Questa conferenza si tiene in un giorno particolarmente importante, il 27 gennaio, giorno della memoria, giorno in cui il mondo ricorda la Shoah, ma soprattutto si impegna a non dimenticare. Eppure, proprio in questi mesi, anche in Italia, anche a Bruxelles, anche in diversi paesi europei, assistiamo a un ritorno dell'odio antiebraico, con una violenza e una normalizzazione che per molti aspetti richiamano tragicamente gli anni bui del secolo scorso. Per questo è fondamentale dire le cose con chiarezza. Abbiamo un nemico comune. È l'odio antisemita, è il fanatismo, è l'estremismo che alimenta la violenza e che sogna un mondo senza Israele e senza ebrei. Follia. Noi non possiamo accettare che ci sia chi ancora oggi apertamente vorrebbe cancellare Israele e il popolo ebraico dalla faccia della terra. Non lo permetteremo. L'Italia e la mia Lega sono e saranno sempre al fianco di Israele e del popolo ebraico e il mio partito ha depositato una proposta di legge nel Parlamento italiano che ora è in commissione al Senato e spero che nessuno la blocchi per adottare la definizione operativa di antisemitismo formulata dall'ICRA, l'Alleanza Internazionale per la Memoria dell'Olocausto, una scelta di chiarezza e di responsabilità per riconoscere e fermare l'odio antisemita in tutte le sue forme, anche quando si manifesta in simboli, slogan e messaggi che istigano alla violenza e alla discriminazione. La sicurezza, la libertà e il diritto di esistere di Israele non sono e non saranno mai negoziabili. A tutti voi, amiche e amici, buon lavoro. Am Israel Chai. Shalom.
Molto grazie. We thank Deputy Prime Minister Salvini for his greetings. Since October 7th, 2023, social media has increasingly resembled a breeding ground for anti-Semitism, fake news, and the eraser of truth, basically. To begin the panel titled, How Does Social Media Shape Generation Z Attitudes Towards Jews? I am pleased to invite Ms. Tyreen Thomas, a former pro-Palestinian student organizer and Black Jewish advocate at Stanford University. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure hosting you here today. In the short time that we have to discuss with you this topic, I would like to start by asking you, how did you, waken up to the truth, to the understanding that you're actually standing on the wrong side?
Yeah, it's been a very long 2-year journey, trying to best understand that you can hold multiple truths at once. I first felt the cognitive dissonance when there was a pro-Palestine protest at my school, at Stanford University, and they caused $700,000 in damages to our president's office, which he's also Jewish. And 12 students had felony charges filed against them. I just feel that how does this free Palestine by damaging property? And they also has desecrated our school walls with very anti-Semitic language. They said pigs taste better when dead. They also said, fuck Israel, kill Israel, and America with a triple K instead of a C. And it was just very disgusting and made Jewish students on campus feel unsafe. And so when I first saw this, I was very confused and I was didn't really agree. And then later on, I got an invitation to go. I received an email inviting non-Jewish students to go visit the Nova Music Festival's exhibit, and I was very curious about October 7th and the Nova Music Festival because I've heard of it in the news, but I didn't know much. So I accepted it. We went down to LA. And when we walked through the halls and saw the screams and the shoes of people that ran away, it was heartbreaking. And I was so frustrated and upset that I never saw this footage before. especially since like the pro-Palestine side had fed us a very different narrative. I remember they had told us that October 7th was, in fact, a battle where the way that they justified it was that since it's mandatory for Israeli citizens to sign up for the military, that essentially Hamas was fighting pretty much all soldiers. And it was just a very disgusting like distortion of the facts. And then seeing the Nova Music Festival and seeing kids my age just dancing and having to flee, it was just sad.
Yeah, it was one of the questions that we in Israel asked ourselves. How is the younger generation so easy to be convinced, you know, on the propaganda against Israel when everything on October 7th, or most of it, was filmed, was footaged by Hamas terrorists, was spread online on social media. So how do you explain, you know, the how easy it is to brainwash the young generations on campuses and through social media?
I feel that for every one post of like pro-Israel side, there's like 10 posts by the pro-Palestine side. And I remember on October 7th, like we were flooded with, at least on my algorithm, that flooded with pro-Palestine, Palestinian flags. And I had originally thought that like Palestine got attacked with how many flags I was seeing, you know? And I don't think many people had seen the footage of of Hamas raping women or killing Israeli citizens in the way that they did. And when they did see it, it was already too late. So it was, at least on my feed, it was already too late.
Is it hard for you to stand against those voices, against the people who were your friends? You were demonstrating with them, you were protesting with them. How does it look like today for you?
Yeah, I definitely lost a lot of friends. One of my best friends of 3 years had asked me, there was a picture of me going to Israel on like our Hillel Stanford's Instagram page, and my friend sent it over to me, asked me, "Is this you?" And I said, "Yes. Would you like to talk about it?" And she immediately blocked me with no conversation. And this is like a 3-year friendship just thrown away. And when I came into this, I thought, well, I would be able to talk to people and explain my side of things. But immediately they like distorted and already have assumptions on what I'm going to say without being able to give a chance to say it. And so it was just really sad. Yeah.
What's in your eyes needs to be done at the moment on U.S. campuses in order to change? You know, you're talking about the looting, the violence. Jewish students are living in fear.
I think that we have to focus on the messaging and have more young people, have the message be targeting more young people. I feel whenever I see the messaging, it you know, it makes an enemy out of like political correctness and wokeness, and we've seen that in like today's like speeches. But I think that a lot of young people want to be righteous, and they think that this is the way to do it. And so we have to give them the opportunities to come onto panels like this and have people, young people, speak to reach that audience. And so I think the issue is much deeper than the students on these campuses, but how the culture is, and we have to find a way to improve and increase the amount of debates and disagreement. We need to disagree because people are scared to speak up and speak out against the consensus. So we have to, as educational institutions, need to foster disagreement and debate within our classrooms.
Yeah, and I wish they would be obsessed with other countries. I don't know, Iran, the same as they're obsessed with Israel. Tori and Thomas, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
I now want to invite to the stage for the next discussion Ms. Meira Kay, political commentator and media personality, Ms. Noa Kochva, Israeli activist, former Miss Universe Israel and IDF reservist combat medic, Mr. Sean Ini, the Mossad IL, Mr. Lee Trink, CEO and co-founder of Flesh Justice, Mr. Eyal Yacobi, political commentator and Jewish activist. Join me on stage. So thank you again for joining us. You guys were doing a pretty amazing job in the recent 2 years since October 7th, each one of you in their own path. I would like to hear a little bit from each one of you about your story, about what you've been through, and what made you choose, to stand up for Israel, to stand up for the truth.
Well, my journey started a long time ago. I came from Canada originally. Moved here in 2010, so I'm in the country for 15, 16 years.
Try and keep it short so we can make a...
And I've always been involved in social media and bringing kind of a different angle to the responses that you see online, and turning things into humor. So that was kind of my angle, and it really paid off.
You want to tell people who doesn't know what Mossad
IL
is?
My account is the Mossad IL, which started as a satirical account to
one of
respond.
the funniest Twitter accounts.
Thank you. Thank you. It's basically the account is the idea to respond to anti-Semitism in a unique, different way that people don't normally approach it. And people, like to come to it. They see it at a different angle, and it's not the usual, laundry list of facts. So that's really grown and done really well in the past 2 years, especially.
Yeah, it's a brilliant page. Well done.
Thank you.
Noa Kochva, you're former Miss Universe Israel. You were doing a lot of activity on campuses, talking about your army service as a medic. People were approaching you, asking questions, and were a bit shocked to hear the facts.
So I basically, my journey in fighting anti-Semitism actually started when I was crowned Miss Israel, because in 2021, the competition Miss Universe took place in Israel, in Eilat. So basically, all the girls that were competing, they got death threats only for choosing to participate and not to boycott the competition. So I found myself being the bridge and explaining to girls that have never heard of anti-Semitism and they're not Jewish, what is anti-Semitism and why they're getting hate just for choosing to travel to a country they have never been and participated in a beauty pageant that is about promoting good values and peace. We all know the funny saying about beauty queens, they want peace. And basically, I got enlisted on October 7th to my military service. I was a combat medic, and I served for about 6 months. And during that time, I saw a lot of hate, obviously, online, like many of my friends here. And I realized that I have a different voice because I'm right now in the military, so I can maybe be that person that share what it's actually like to be a woman in the military, because a lot of people, for them to see not only a woman, but a Miss Israel, a model, that she's also in the military, that's something that is very controversial for them. So that was basically how I started, and today I get approached a lot because I go around campuses and I speak about my life story, and I try to get people to understand what is the actual meaning of being Israeli, that we can do both. We can be both fierce and strong, but at the same time, we can have that feminine side of us, the best of both worlds. And that's basically how I started.
Amazing. Meira.
Hi, everybody. My name is Meira Kay. I grew up in London, but moved here when I was 6. And on October 7th, I was actually on my honeymoon in Thailand, and I got a phone call from my very religious sister on Shabbat, and I was a little bit confused, and I opened my phone, and she said to me, Meira, you're a nerd, like, what's going on? I think there's like 35 people who have been kidnapped. She lives down south. She's like, we've been told we can't leave our rooms. So I said to her, you can't kidnap 35 people. That's not how it works. And I went on a rabbit hole, and then was starting to get more and more phone calls because I was the only Israeli employee for a company called Rumble, the free speech platform in America that you guys might know. And there are a lot of right-wing political commentators on there who knew me as somebody who helped them with strategy. And they were messaging me saying, we can't find any information, we don't understand. So I said, okay, everybody back off. I'm gonna post it on my social medias and I'll just keep updating what I can find. From there, it grew very quickly, thank God, and it's really kind of been a source of updates and news and information. Since then, we've shifted it a little bit, and now I do much more podcasting. I have a show called The Meira Kay Show on JNS TV, quick plug for JNS, which I love very much. I think they do amazing work. Where we kind of try and provide the context. I realized pretty quickly that the Hasbara movement's just not it, and it's not going to work. But what we need to do is to provide people with the truth, and in a way that they actually want to hear it, in a way that's entertaining, context-driven information. So we have that, and I have another show, my own show called The Pushback, which is trying to defend the West, because I believe that the fight for Israel is the fight for Western society as a whole. And that's what I do.
Amazing.
Hi, I'm Lee Trink. I'm what you would call an October 8th Jew. So despite all 4 of my grandparents being Holocaust survivors, being Jewish was not, and my parents are Israeli, being Jewish was not really a center of my identity. And all of that changed, not on October 7th, on October 8th. And what really started me talking was after I saw what was happening over the next couple of weeks, I just felt that Jews that are scared, and rightfully scared around the world, need to see Jews that are not scared. And that's why I made the first video really addressing it. And I just felt I had things to say. I felt like there were things not being said or ideas not being synthesized in the way I was thinking about them, and that was kind of it. And I just started speaking out more and more, and it started to snowball from there. And,
Yeah.
and I ended up taking a year off to just focus on activism, understand the space. I'd never spent 30 seconds on activism before, and now I just have really immersed myself into it.
Amazing. And Eyal, you're also a Jewish activist, and I would like to just dive and ask you guys your insight about this generation, about what is happening on social media. How can we combat what is happening in the propaganda, basically?
Definitely. First of all, thank you, Minister Shikli, for having us and organizing such an incredible conference. It was great to see you. I think when combating anti-Semitism, you need to actually remove the Jew from the equation, because the Jew, in terms of anti-Semitism in its modern form, is not the issue. The issue is living in a post-truth society where if it was rightfully accusing Jews of what we are accused of, then anti-Semitism would exist. But the issue, especially online, is that whether it be the train crash in Spain, the Patagonia wildfires, the Jew is always accused of it. And so in fighting anti-Semitism, specifically online, I think it's critical, just as Jews and Israelis ask our friends and allies from the Christian and the secular Muslim community to be there for us, I think similarly, we need to be there for them. And what I mean by that is when there is a terrorist attack, a plotted terrorist attack in Sweden in November by ISIS, we need to be the loudest voices. When churches in Minneapolis are being stormed by the same activists that were storming college campuses, the Jew needs to be the loudest activist calling this out, because fighting anti-Semitism and fighting the same forces of darkness that are targeting churches and Christians, whether it be in Nigeria or Europe, is the same battle against anti-Semitism today.
I'm gonna approach it from a little bit of a different angle, and I'm gonna say part of our challenge is that the instinctual nature that Jews have is actually wrong to address the situation, especially on social media and especially with youth. Our typical thing against, they start with genocide, colonizer, one word that encapsulates their whole point. And we start with, when the covenant was given from God, and there's like a 700-word Talmudic response, and that's it. On the third word, it's out. They're checked out. And so we're playing the wrong sport a lot of times when we're really trying to address. This is a panel about Gen Z, we have to speak in their language. And instead of what we also sometimes do, insult them in the way they think, we're better off speaking their language and using that language that they are already emotionally attached to, and then either breaking the counter narrative and the false narrative, or explaining how the reality of how Jews are being treated now, what our history is. But we've been playing the wrong game really for a long time. And the other part that I'll say is, we get it wrong even with the name of our activism. Hasbara is already a losing principle. And I'm actually going to steal something from Amichai, what he said. I'm going to say it a little differently, but Hasbara, you're explaining. Explaining is what you say to your mother when you broke the cookie jar. So I'm taking a thing. That's a problem. Explaining is the wrong thing.
Yeah,
right?
But you do have other methods. For example, the incredible work that the Ministry of Diaspora was doing with delegations coming to Israel. And I have to give a shout out to Ido Daniel from the ministry, because I was following what he was doing. All the influencers, the TikTokers from Israel, from outside Israel, basically giving them tools, to see, come to Israel, see with your own eyes what was happening on October 7th. But I do want to ask you, when the average person, student on a campus is opening its TikTok, is opening Sky News, is opening the New York Times, it's everywhere. The obsession with Israel, the lies against Israel, the pro-Palestinian propaganda. How can we fight it? Meira?
Well, I think the truth always prevails. And I think that a problem that we have is that we don't have a lot of patience. There's this feeling that it has to be dealt with this very, very second, and we have to be on defense and respond to every single argument that comes out. And I still yet haven't seen a coherent strategic plan of how we're planning on tackling this over the next 100 years, like some of our friends out there who have a plan exactly like that. And I think that a problem that we have is we're trying so hard to speak the language of adults that isn't resonating anymore with younger people. This is no longer an intellectual debate. This has nothing to do with intellect. This is about people deciding where they feel like connecting more. And we haven't provided that feeling at all. I mean, the issue with Israel being seen in such a bad light, it's not just about Israel, and I try and say this as much as I can on my platform. This is not just about Israel, and it's not just about the Jews. This is about a takeover of our Western societies that has been very systematically thought out in a massive scale. And when you react to it in a reactive way, the way that we tend to do, what you end up creating is people saying, the youth are being diverted from the real issues and blaming the Jews, right? You've got Islamization, you've got Chinese issues, you've got Russian issues, specifically in the United States, and they're basically being told, oh, all of these issues that you see, they're the Jews. It's the Jews' fault. It's not actually our fault. We're not the ones doing it. And what the Jews are doing then in response is, no, it's not us. We promise it's not us. And we look honestly pathetic. And I think that a big part of getting young people to like you is by not needing them to like you, but by proving to them that it's not worthwhile for them not to. A big thing that we're not focusing on is how our economy is growing, how unbelievably hot our men are, how unbelievably cool our country is. It's a big deal. This is the language that young people talk in the States specifically. They're not looking just for truth. They're looking to decide, where is the wind swaying? Should we go with that wind? And we're not doing anything to dictate the wind. We're just blowing a little bit at leaves. And so to me, it seems kind of obvious that the shift in strategy right now has to be about us moving away from trying to tell Israel why they should like Israel and plow along till they're forced to like us because it's the only way forward for them. And they will learn that. All Western societies are crumbling. Israel is not. We have a mechanism and a system in which we are undeniable. They say anti-Semitism. How do we fight anti-Semitism? Well, how do we fight anti-Zionism? By being more Zionist. How do we fight anti-Semitism? By being more Semitic, by being more Jewish, by being less apologetic about who we are. And if you don't like us, shame on you. That's my belief. That's what I did in school when there's bullies, you know. Just tell them, like, okay, it's not worthwhile to bully you. So that's what I think we need to be doing.
Amazing.
Yeah, I completely agree with Meira, and I also think that we all know that the numbers are not in our favors, unfortunately. But something that we as Jews has to pay more attention to is between us as Jewish people, because obviously after October 7th, a lot of Jewish people have become more religious and they started to love Israel more. And I live now in New York, and I basically go around and talk with college students and with communities, and you hear that all over the place, that some of the Jews became really close to their beliefs and to God, but some of them did the opposite. And I think that we really need to focus on strengthening the Jewish communities and unite us, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how hard they're going to try, and they're trying, and we know that they're not going to stop trying. The only thing that will make a real difference if we will be like so united that no matter what they're going to try, they will just have nothing on us. And we really, really need to just look deep inside us and just ask yourself, do you know Jews that are not Zionist enough, that you can explain something to them that they have never heard? So it really can come into every single person that is sitting here, but also if you're a public figure, even if you're a normal person and you know somebody at your synagogue, somebody that is celebrating a bar mitzvah, every single Jew counts. And that's really what I think that we should focus on.
Yeah, Sean, you're getting a lot of traction on Twitter, but then again, the freedom of speech that Elon Musk gave, he gave it to everyone, and you have so many conspiracy theories over there against Israel, and basically everyone who wants to, just talk can spread out and just publish whatever he wants to say. So that's the downside of Twitter.
So yes, the game has changed a little bit, but we were forced to adapt in the new playing field. What it used to be, what it still is maybe on Meta, if you see anti-Semitism, you can still report it and it'll get taken down. I mean, that tool has been lost to us on X. But still, that doesn't mean that we can't adapt accordingly. We have to play in that same field. We have to respond in kind. And the way I do it, I do a satirical page. So I feel like my job as a satirist on social media is to kind of break your brain. Like if you're going to spread lies or something like that, I'm going to respond by causing as much cognitive dissonance in your brain as I possibly can. Like I'm going to ridicule you until your point doesn't make any sense. And that's what captures people's attentions. And that's my personal method to do it. Like everyone said, it's not making a big Megillah. We're not going to explain, if you want to point them to a source of truth, you can do that. You can say, here, you want to read more, go here, but you're stupid for saying this.
Then again, so much power, to YouTubers, Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, whoever wants to open a microphone, interview people, that's it. That you get millions of views, Instagram, YouTube, Spotify. How can we fight it?
Well, can I answer this one? I'm just going to jump in because I worked at Rumble for a really long time. Well, not really long time, but a little long time. Where are our microphones? Where are our podcasts? I'll tell you this, and I wasn't going to talk about it, but I started my YouTube show 6 months ago. We've had tens of millions of views on it. And the reason is not because I'm a genius. It's because I'm the only young female in Israel who has a proper independent podcast speaking in English and speaking about these topics. What does that mean? Why am I the only one? And again, no competition's wonderful for me. I can just keep on growing, right? But that's nuts that on the intellectual side of the internet, on Rumble, there are about 5 pro-Israel accounts. How do I know? Because I brought all of them onto Rumble. on YouTube, there are so few actually legitimate shows. You've got JNS, which is one of the only people that are actually, they're holding their weight and fighting back and counteracting in a real way. But where are the young independent voices? How did Candace start? How did Ben start? How did all of these people start? They're podcasting like crazy. You've got the Sneakos, the Myron Gaines, the Nick Fuentes, and I don't think we need to focus on them. But there are all of these micro accounts as well, which are just not jumping into the sphere. And on our end, I can tell you, I've had very little support for this, very little interest in what I do, but everywhere I go, people are so excited about it because finally there's a voice. I think when you have the premise of free speech, it's not that you shut other people up, it's that you provide better counter-arguments. And there is zero reason, with all of the talent that the Jewish people have, that we don't have better counter-arguments. And I think that's a mistake of ours.
That's a good point,
I agree. I think the good news is we have a lot of great voices. I think one of the things that we're missing is the organizations that we have actually are not really supporting the breadth of our voices writ large. The organizations have a tendency to rinse and repeat the same thing over and over again when and it's not even that we don't have enough money. We do. We have a tremendous amount of money in philanthropy. But what we don't have is we're not organized in a way where we're really supportive of voices across the internet in a way that we can actually galvanize them, help grow people, I think that one of the things that's missing in some of the big Jewish organizations that spend a fortune of money is thinking about the long tail, thinking about, to your point of what's our 100-year plan? Well, part of it needs to be how do we sort of invest, and I'm not talking about put money in people's pocket necessarily, but how do we invest in the voices across the spectrum where we can grow them, cultivate them. And the way to combat Tucker is not by telling people why Tucker is wrong. It's by creating 10 people that are Tucker size that say something that aligns with what we need and supporting them. And we have enough money, we have enough reach, we have enough smarts, we have all of it. We just need to do it.
Amazing. Minister Shikli, once a month you can pick their brains and get their advices, great advices. Thank you so much for this interesting panel. Meira, Noah, Sean, Lee, and Eyal, thank you so much. I am now pleased to invite Alex Tryman back to the stage to lead the interview with the Ambassador of the United States to Israel, His Excellency, Mr. Mike Huckabee.
I think I'd just start by saying that the President of the United States could not have selected a better person to serve as the Ambassador to the State of Israel. You are, as they say, the right man at the right time.
Thank you very much, Alex. It's a great honor to serve the President and the United States of America, and I'm thrilled to be here with all of these fantastic people. The panel before was terrific. I want to say something in reaction. One of the things that I loved was the gentleman who is the satirist. And I think, without a doubt, when there are horrible things being said, the best response is often to use humor and to use ridicule, because it's such a powerful tool. If we act like that we are hurt by what someone says to us, people are going to continue to do those things because they want us to hurt. When we act like, doesn't hurt me, but what a ridiculous thing you said, and here's why it's ridiculous, and we respond with humor and ridicule, it is a very powerful weapon.
And I think that one of the reasons why I said you're the right man for the job at the right time is because you've been to Israel so many times before becoming ambassador, maybe over 100 times. So you understand Israel, but you also understand what's going on in the United States, and you also understand media, you understand policy. And what we're seeing now is on both sides of the political and social spectrum, both the right and the left, this distancing from the state of Israel, support of Israel, and also this creeping anti-Semitism. And I want to start on the left. And what we're seeing with the election of Zohran Mamdani in New York is this fusion on the one hand with Marxism and also anti-Semitism. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about what you think is going on the left and how we work to try to combat that.
Well, let's get real clear that what we're dealing with is Jew hatred. If we use the word anti-Semitism outside of our own circle, we certainly can use it here. It always leads to a level of ambiguity. But if we just say, look, this is Jew hatred, why do people hate Jews? The real answer is a spiritual one. That may be offensive to some people, but when people hate God, they're naturally going to hate people who throughout history, from the time on Mount Moriah right here in this city, have represented the ones that God first spoke to in a very personal and real way and said, you're going to take this message, you're going to create this magnificent land, and through you, the world is going to be blessed. Well, now, if you don't believe there's a God, or you want to believe that you are your own God, or that the environment is your God, you'd rather worship the creation rather than the Creator. If you reject basic spiritual premises because you had rather live in a secular world that denies the very existence of God, then your first target is naturally going to be Jews. Now, what Christians have to understand is the next target is going to be them. And that's why I often try to remind people, like it or not, we are in this together. And I hope that people will come to understand that the root of Jew hatred is in fact not political, it is not economic, it is spiritual.
I think many of the people here, saw what was happening on the political left for a long time, and we're very sad to see how the progressive wing of the Democratic Party and the American left just slid away from Israel. And I think people were much more surprised, specifically since October 7th, to see what's happening on the right side of the political spectrum, this sort of American firstism, this fusion of libertarianism, isolationism, and like I said, I think that a lot of people have been surprised by it. Why do you think it's metastasized so quickly, and what do you think are the talking points that people in this room can use to sort of combat it and maybe control the damage?
It's grown very rapidly because it's profitable. Let's not kid ourselves. There's money to be made by being a contrarian. There's money to be made by being divisive and provocative. I don't know if all of these loud voices are doing it solely for money, and I cannot tell you where the money comes from. I wish I could. If I could, I would tell you. But it doesn't make sense. Let's just take Tucker Carlson, that a man in his mid-50s, who I've known since 1991, when his first job out of college was in Little Rock, Arkansas, working for a newspaper. I worked with him for 6.5 years at Fox News in New York. Suddenly, in a very short period of time, a switch is flipped, and he has a completely different worldview, and his ideological base has completely changed. That's not normal for someone in his 50s. It just isn't. What happened? I don't know. Is it that it is more profitable for him to do what he's doing now than what he was doing when he was at Fox News? He wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't. There's got to be, on all of our part, a willingness to push back, stand up, speak up, but to do it with facts, but to do it not with a sense of anger and hostility. I think that's a huge mistake. If all we do is engage in the same level of temperature, then we're not going to be able to be successful. We need to calmly, but with a sense of assurance and confidence, push back on some of the more outrageous things. I'll give an example. He made a speech a few months ago, and he made the comment. He said, everybody knows that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. Now, he said this in front of probably 1,200 people. I wonder how many of those 1,200 actually knew that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. I would say no one, because to anyone's knowledge, it has never been proven, documented that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. I was a debater in high school and in college. One of the courses that I took was rhetorical theory. It's basically learning how to use language as a form of, if you will, propaganda, to sell your argument. When I listened to what he said, it occurred to me that is classic propaganda tool. Here's what I mean. If you say something everybody knows, but everybody doesn't know, and no one in the audience is willing to stand up and say, no, sir, I don't know. Why don't you tell me how I should know that? If no one does that, everyone sits there and they nods. How come? Because everybody wants to act like, oh yeah, I knew that. Of course I did. It is a tool that we need to push back on, and when someone says everybody knows whatever that everybody knows is supposed to be, we say, no, we don't know that. Why don't you school us? Why don't you give us some information and give us the footnotes so that we can look it up? Because actually, nobody here knows that, because it's preposterous. We've got to answer the folly with fact.
Now, some of the preposterous statements that have really caught a lot of wind since October 7th have been the charges of war crimes against Israel, charges of genocide against Israel. And we've seen that play itself out in the International Criminal Court and elsewhere. And I wanted to know from your view and with regard to U.S. policy, how do these charges and arrest warrants issued against Prime Minister Netanyahu for genocide, how does that affect America and other countries' abilities to defend themselves?
I'm very proud of the United States. We have put sanctions on people like Francesca Albanese, one of the most horrible voices in the world today. We have also declared that the ICC is a rogue organization. The U.S. has no part of it, and we have put sanctions on people associated with the ICC and the ICJ. We will continue to do that, and I think that is the right course for the U.S. When we hear ridiculous allegations, Israel is a genocidal nation, I simply say, really? Then they are really, really bad at it. They're the worst at this that has ever been attempted in history. Because if Israel was genocidal, they could have taken all of Gaza down in about 2.5 hours. Last summer, we saw what Israel is capable of. They took on a nation 10 times its size, not only in population, but many, many times over its size geographically, and they kicked their ever-loving rear ends in the space of 12 days, didn't lose a single airplane, a single pilot, or a single soldier, and they did that. If they wanted to commit genocide, do you think they could do it in the space of Gaza, which is the size of Las Vegas, Nevada? Of course they could have. They didn't. Why? Because they're not a genocidal nation. It's ridiculous to say that of them.
I'm glad you referenced the 12-day war with Iran, and obviously we know what is looming large over the elephant in the room, so to speak.
We do? See, there you go. Everybody knows. So
everybody knows. It's in the news. But because this is an anti-Semitism conference, I think that we should talk about Iran and how the Ayatollahs are the worst violent anti-Semites in the world today. And how do we make that case to the world and the American people?
We got to remind the world that basically many, many plates of poison are being served by Hamas, the Houthis, by Hezbollah. But all of those plates of poison came out of the same kitchen, Tehran. And if you want to stop the poison, you can change the menu, but it's better to burn the kitchen down and not let them serve those plates anymore.
Many haters of Israel are charging that the United States takes a lot of heat for their support of Israel. And people around the world think that if they support Israel, that they will take heat from others. But actually, what we see here in Israel is that people hate Israel because Israel is an ally and supports the United States. And particularly, we see in Iran, they've always talked about the little Satan and the big Satan. And the big Satan's not Israel, right? So maybe we can talk a little bit about Israel's support for America, Israel's being the installation of the West here in the Middle East, and why that's such a big threat to some of the players in the region.
As a U.S. ambassador to Israel, my primary job is to bring the message of America to Israel. But a part of that job is also to bring our relationship and the value of the partnership between the U.S. and Israel back to America. Because a lot of Americans may hear this nonsense. Why are we doing so much for Israel? They don't do anything for us. To which I want to say, really? Then maybe you should educate yourself. Do you like your cell phone? If you don't like Israel, get rid of your cell phone. You wouldn't have it without Israel, some of the technology. You like car navigation? Do you like medical treatments that have saved the lives of some of your relatives? Well, thank God for Hadassah Medical in Jerusalem or Sheba Medical in Tel Aviv, without which their research and their extraordinary technological advances in oncology and gastroenterology have saved the lives of some of the people that you love. Israel does more for the United States than most Americans will ever understand. And one thing we must remind people, every enemy of Israel is an enemy of the United States. You indeed are the appetizer, but we have always been the entree. For 47 years, Iran has always in the same sentence said, death to Israel and death to America. It is the American flag they put on their buildings and cause their people to march over and stomp on going in to let America know how much they hate us. Well, we need to be very clear that our partnership with Israel is to our benefit. Our abandonment of Israel, our acting like we don't want to be a partner to Israel, is to our ever-loving detriment, and it is only opening a door to these crazed people, not the people themselves, but the leadership, the regime of Iran, that for 47 years has taunted, tortured, and done more to sponsor the horrific things that have killed more Americans than any other group on the entire planet.
The President of the United States likes to keep everybody on their feet with his statements to the media. You've watched the President closely. You've been in the room at some of the most important and consequential meetings on policy, particularly related to the Middle East. Tell me how you think that people here should interpret the President's statements, because one day he can make a very strong statement, the next day he can make a very soft statement, and we're trying to figure out, how do you interpret the President's statements?
Well, let me remind you, Alex, that the first thing I do every day, because the President, as you know, is famous for firing people on Twitter. The first thing I do each morning is I read his Twitter feed to see if I still have a job. So let me be very careful how I answer this, lest I wake up in the morning and I read that it's time to pack up and go back. Selena Zito, who is a wonderful writer in the U.S., had one of the most brilliant statements back in the first term for President Trump. And she said, always take President Trump seriously, but not necessarily literally. And I think that's a good persuasion. I tell people to understand President Trump, recognize that he is the ultimate pragmatist. He is not a political person like you've ever known before. He does not speak the language of ideology that most people are used to when they hear political people speak. In other words, most all politicians operate on the horizontal, left versus the right. And you judge a person by where they are on that spectrum, how far left, how far right. People who live in that genre of politics will limit their solutions to whatever ideology they've ascribed to. So they say, I can only follow policies that are right of center. Or maybe they say, I can only follow things left of center. President Trump does not see things horizontally. He sees them vertically. He asks two questions for everything put before him. Will it work, and will it make things better? And if it will work and make things better, but it lands a little left of center, he may go there because he's not horizontal, he's vertical. He does not start his every decision process only within the box of right of center. And that's what makes him not only the most effective president in my lifetime and the most amazing president in my lifetime, perhaps in all of American history, but also the most consequential president when it comes to making the very difficult decisions on things like the Middle East and our foreign policies, because he doesn't say, okay, what is it that we've done for the past 50 years? It's never worked. Let's just keep doing that. Let's put some more oil on that machinery and maybe it will work. He says, if it hasn't worked in this length of time, why are we continuing to do it? Throw it out and start on something better. It's why I love the guy and I think he's the best president we could possibly have right now.
And a final question here. Tell me, how big a priority is the fight against anti-Semitism to President Trump, and what have been the policies that the United States have put in to fight anti-Semitism and to protect Jews in the United States and around the world?
There's never been a president who's put this focus on it as he has. First of all, his daughter is Jewish. His grandchildren are Jewish. He has a son-in-law who's Jewish. A lot of his friends are Jewish, many of the people around him. But beyond that, let's look at what he's specifically done. No president has done for Israel and the Israel-U.S. relationship, recognizing Jerusalem as the indigenous, everlasting, and biblical homeland of the Jewish people and moving our embassy here. That was massive. Recognizing the Golan Heights as the sovereign territory of the Israeli state. That was big. Recognizing that Israel has a right to build communities in Judea and Samaria, that it is not a violation of international law. Looking at the fact that Israel and the United States need to be partnered up in our push against Iran. But then the more practical, mundane things, right now here in Israel, his appointment to the Department of Justice for Anti-Semitism, Leo Terrell, who is a dear friend and a wonderful human being. He is here in Israel, but he every day is working on behalf of the president to combat anti-Semitism. We have Yehuda Kaplan, who is a rabbi who has been now named as the State Department, Senate-confirmed special envoy to combat Semitism. There's never been an administration, ever, Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter, never been an administration that has put so much focus, attention, and official stamp of approval to say, this is not something that we will just look the other way, hope disappears on its own. We will fight it as a government, as an administration, because it is the morally right thing to do, and because I believe deep down, the president believes, as so many of us, if you bless Israel, you will be blessed. And if you curse Israel, you will be cursed. He'd rather America be blessed, and I believe he's well on the way to making that happen.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Huckabee, Ambassador of the United States to Israel. We couldn't ask for a better friend here. Thank you so much. And thank you, Alex Struyman. I now want to invite Dr. Gadi Taub back to the stage to interview Dinesh D'Souza, who is currently producing a documentary on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Mr. D'Souza, I wish us all that your next chapter will be boring. Yeah. Gadi, the stage is yours.
So I'm guessing there's nobody in this room who doesn't know who Dinesh is, but I'll do it anyway. Dinesh is one of the most influential conservative commentator, a successful writer and filmmaker who has taught conservatives not just to be right, but also to be effective. And that is an asset that we really need. He combines intellectual insight with the talent of a perceptive journalist for the hotspot of every single discussion, it seems, Dinesh. And I have to tell you, I was going to mention also your films, which we'll discuss later, but in the dark hours of the Russian hoax, where we thought the deep state's going to swallow Donald Trump, you were a light in the dark, and I followed you religiously, so I'm happy to be on this stage with you. Dinesh D'Souza. In preparation for this talk, I couldn't fail to notice that Wikipedia is not in love with you.
I am described as a conspiracy theorist, which, from a certain angle, I think I'll take as a compliment. But no, this Wikipedia is a good example of they masquerade as a kind of neutral source of information, of biographical information, but their editors are basically like hitmen.
Yeah,
and you got to just look at it in that context.
It's a propaganda arm, very clearly. So they called me a Nazi and a baby hater or something. So we're on the same. I mean, not at your I'm on the Hebrew Wikipedia, so it's not as conspicuous. I thought we would open here, since there's been discussion here of anti-Semitism in general, by differentiating left anti-Semitism and right anti-Semitism. One version was that these are two almost symmetric, parallel phenomenon, and there are those who are saying it's an entirely different thing. How would you define them?
I think for me, the phenomenon of anti-Semitism is very tricky because it is conventionally defined as a hatred of the Jews for being Jews. I don't know how much that explains of a phenomenon. Let me give a thought experiment. If we were to take Israel, move it out of the region, and take another country, let's say India, and move it exactly into the spot where Israel is now.
It will be a little tight.
A little tight. But let's say you took a small group of Indians and you moved them here. And then there was all this, and the Indians were pro-American, and the Indians saw themselves as Western. And you get this torrent of Islamic hostility, all targeting this little India sitting right now in the Middle East. And the Indians said, we're being hated because we're Indian. Well, no. You're being hated because of your position. You're being hated because of your allies. You're being hated because of who you represent. You're being hated because of the inferiority complex of the people around you. So my point is, I think it is better to understand the phenomenon in this kind of larger context. What are the factors, by the way, some of them secular? I think Ambassador Huckabee touched on something that has not been a big theme in this conference, and that is I'll call it the transcendental motive of anti-Semitism, which I think actually deserves a little more explanation, which I'm happy to go into if you'll let me.
Please.
All right. There's a scene in Milton's Paradise Lost where Satan is observing for the first time Adam and Eve. And he notices that they're extremely beautiful, and he feels this hatred of them because of how beautiful they are. This is envy. And this is, in fact, I think, an important motive of anti-Semitism. It's maybe the most powerful secular motive that you can give. And yet, there's a second thing going on, and that is that Satan is in a campaign against God, but he can't overthrow God. And so he needs to go to plan B. And plan B is to find the things that God cares about and ruin them. So Adam and Eve have done nothing to Satan, but Satan's malice against them is a revenge scheme against the Creator himself. Apply this logic now to the Jews. There is the motive of envy, which I mentioned, but the Jews have also been God's chosen people. The mechanism by which you can say the moral law is transmitted to the world through the Jews. And if you believe that there is a world behind the world, and if you believe that there is a cosmic battle between good and evil that rages in the world, then it is not out of the question that what we are seeing in anti-Semitism is truly a kind of scheme by none other than the devil himself to torment the Jews as a form of revenge against God. This would also extend to some degree to the Christians for the same reason.
If we look at the implications of this view that you just outlined, if we graft it onto politics, your work obviously fits in the larger picture of the struggle between progressive, as if I can use John Fonte's terms, transnational progressive elites and democratic sovereign nation states, and China in the background. And Israel is a part of that puzzle. In your work, Israel, it's not an isolated issue, it is part of that larger struggle between two grand narratives.
Yes. I wrote a book many years ago. This was shortly after 9/11. I was at the Hoover Institution as a scholar at the time. And the book generated a lot of controversy at Hoover because right after 9/11, the prevailing view on the right was that we were witnessing a clash of civilizations. Us against them, the West against the Islamic world, and scholars like Samuel Huntington, Bernard Lewis were part of all that. And the argument that I made was that no, because you can't speak so easily about us. We are divided in the West between a left and a right. And it is not out of the question that the left will seek to make allies with external enemies, in this case, radical Islam. At the time that I first wrote about this, it seemed unbelievable because, of course, you have two groups that have completely different end goals and cannot easily inhabit each other's world. But they're united by common hatreds. Hatred of Jews, of Christians, of America, of Israel, of Western civilization. And so, if we are out of the picture, if we're defeated, and the so-called red-green alliance is triumphant, then it will be the Reds against the Greens in a kind of apocalyptic scenario. But to me, this is why it makes complete sense for Jews and Christians to draw closer together. It makes complete sense for America and Israel to be close allies. And this is what makes the right-wing attacks on Israel, the right-wing attacks on the Jews, particularly disturbing and anomalous because far from being America first, they are manifestly against American interests and they are manifestly against MAGA.
As my friend Caroline Glick often says, pick the Americans who are against Israel and you'll find that generally they are against America in deed or in speech. I'm so sorry we don't have 10 minutes more, but I can't let you go before the next surprise of your career, and it's not the first one. And this one is a book about biblical archaeology that you're working on now.
Yes. I'm doing a book, and I'm also doing a series of videos for Prager University on the most important findings of biblical archaeology, which I discovered almost accidentally. I came to Israel for the first time in December of 2022. This is actually our fourth trip. But when I saw these things coming out of the ground that are authenticating the Hebrew scriptures going back 4,000 years, the first thing that occurred to me was, why isn't this being shouted from the rooftops of every synagogue and every church? And there are actually interesting reasons for that. But it also seemed to me to be very powerful evidence establishing the presence of the Jews in their ancestral homeland. And this is one way you have legitimate title deeds to a country, right? In other words, you get legitimate title deeds to a country, in my opinion, only three ways. If you look at the way the maps of the world are drawn, one way you get a country is you've been there all along, or you were there first. Number two, you can get a country by some negotiation or some treaty. And the third way, conquest. And if you think about the maps of the world, they almost always have to check one of these boxes.
Americans can buy them, as Jefferson reminded us.
Well, America's in an awkward position because the American Indians were there first. They are the original inhabitants. But the white man, you could say, got the land by conquest, right?
Yeah.
The beauty of Israel is Israel checks all the boxes. The Jews were here first. They've been here for 4,000 years. They got it by treaty from the UN after World War II. And the Jews have fought multiple wars, 1948, 1967, 1973, and held the land by conquest. So whichever box you want to check, it seems to me that in that sense, Israel has the firmest claim to this land as perhaps any other country on planet Earth.
Absolutely. When is the book out?
In October.
October.
And, you know, another note about the biblical archaeology, and this is a point about how, ironically, I think we don't do enough to defend our own civilization, because Western civilization is based on two pillars, Athens and Jerusalem. This is quoting the philosopher Leo Strauss. Athens doesn't really need a defense, but Jerusalem does, because of the fact that the Bible doesn't prove things, it just declares them. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Who's speaking? Right? It's spoken in the third person, but only God was there. So who's recording this? The Bible invites a certain type of skepticism. So to me, the power of this biblical archaeology is that at the time when the world has become more secular, it's almost as if it's almost like God is sending us a message, but this time not in the thunderous language of Moses or Abraham, but through the quiet whisperers of stones.
Forensic evidence.
Yes, stone inscriptions, artifacts, writing on pottery, all this kind of stuff.
Dinesh D'Souza, thank you very much for coming here and for all the work you do. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gadi Taub and Mr. Dinesh D'Souza. And I want to thank you, all of our speakers and guests, those who came from near and far, for the solidarity, shared destiny, and commitment to truth that define these 2 days. Thank you, Lidar, for sharing this distinguished stage with me. Thank you, Minister Amichai Shikli and the team of the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism. Galit Wahaba-Shashu and her team at the Prime Minister's Office Ceremonies Directorate and Pro Market for an outstanding production. Thank you all. More than 1,000 guests from Israel and around the who who dedicated your time and energy to ensuring that Generation Truth is the generation that changes the course of history. Your presence here deeply moves us. Guests continuing to Yad Vashem visit are invited to board the shuttles departing from the designated entrance. Thank you again very much, and see you next year.